earn the trademark inspiration point, you can certainly do that. If not, it'll be a me thing.
I mean, I can do it.
Sure, you have the floor.
So, after the crew collectively of two different parties finally managed to make it back to town, we reported back to Highshire on all the things that we had seen. Shortly thereafter, there was a bit of a kerfuffle going on, an announcement. It seems the various leaders of Highshire were about to make an announcement and specifically requested that any cartographers uh, go there to see it in person. So, as cartographers, we did. The announcement was more of just a update, as one could put it, telling people about some of the things that had been discovered, how there's different sorts of magic, and how it had been affecting land, and to essentially keep up hope as more things are being discovered. But during this time, a certain venerator decided it was a fantastic time to interpose themselves into what was going on, entering the area and essentially grabbing attention. The venerator used an odd little magical device after some explanation. If I'm remembering correctly, it was
It was
a
a cosmic sensor.
a cosmic sensor, uh, a magical item that points out the
Uh, Yeah,
cosmic energy in
this
an
thing.
area, or specifically to the nearest source of it. And we, as a party, apparently reeked of it. Now, this being the most unknown type of power brought about a bit of kerfuffle and attention to us. It seemed that the Venerator, for whatever reason, was in a very accusatory mood and seemed to think that because we had a cosmic power around us, that we were the source of some of Highshire's problems. Through deliberate debate and essentially in a deliberate way telling the Venerator to go fuck themselves, the party were able to, at the very least, if not clear their name, cause enough question or at least mixed opinion that no action was taken against them, which was good for the party. After that, the party reconvened and talked amongst themselves and made reports. It was after that that we met a strange tiefling fellow brought in by the Inquisitor. Apparently a character known to Rin and Dagny specifically, although not to the rest of us. One very fiery interrogation later, we discovered that no, we shouldn't be doing that. Not in the slightest. But apparently this person deserved it. There was a conversations had, and unsurprisingly scorning, from the Inquisitor to Dagny specifically about not injuring a party that may be useful to the place, the city of Highshire. And then after that, everyone, after being done with all the dramatic events of the day, went to a lovely tavern to relax, enjoy some games, eat and drink to their heart's content. Some of them deciding to take part in eating contests with fucked up ways of finishing. Others just deciding to sit back, relax, and eat some food and make merry, or drink heavily. The party then, after that, made dues, talked about the splitting up for a bit to just go and rest and do their own thing, and so they did. During this time, Cobweb, instead of opting to relax, went to the wall to fight creatures, one of which was a flying eyed angel of some kind that really gave the wall and the guardsmen a run for their money, including Cobweb. Dagny and Rin, one of them drunk and the other not so, deciding to make their own way back to, I believe it was Dagny's estate.
No, we were heading to an inn that had available rooms because the one we were
yes.
at was at capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, with everyone being present on the interior because of the address.
Yes.
And so they made their way, only to be ambushed by a familiar face. Unfortunately, they were unable to overcome the foes that essentially besieged them in the middle of town, and up until now, we don't know what's happened to them. But neither of them are dead, at least for the time being. Whereas Garok and Vishanti went to where Garok was making home for the time being, uh, catching a ride from a what's the word? Forgetting the word for what the transport thing's called now.
Hey, you got to ride in the
Carriage?
cart through.
Carriage. There we go. I don't know why that word didn't come to mind, but essentially caught a ride from a carriage and just discussed some fun stories. A strange duality of situations. Whereupon we essentially come to the session now, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would bring us to the present moment, as you would see those falling stars arcing overhead from the far northwest and landing within eyeshot of the kingdom. Go ahead and give yourself that juicy point of inspiration. You just might need it. And we will pick things up as we left off right there in that moment, as Garok and Vishanti would continue the stretch to Garok's townhouse to catch some Z's for the night and get some well-earned rest after a harrowing experience through the capital and fighting for their innocence.
Quick question: is there music supposed to be playing?
Yep.
Oh, it's not working for me.
The
I'll,
music is playing.
I'll go ahead and refresh my page.
I don't know if you signed on immediately, but I preload things so they're loaded. So I'm gonna preload it again, and then I'm gonna play it again.
So, with that, I assume the carriage ride is about to come to an end then.
Yep. You can see the familiar silhouettes of your local town area, and you think within a matter of a minute or two, you'll be rolling up to your home.
All right then. Well, wait until then, and once we do arrive, I'll toss a couple of extra silver to the carriageman just for being entertaining and a fun conversation.
You would arrive and disembark, arriving at your townhouse proper.
Could you stop and start the music so see if that fixed it? I refreshed and it's still not playing for the recording.
Go to the top right on the playlist tab of Foundry, and you should be seeing a track called Ethereal Calm that's currently about 50 seconds into the track out of a 5-minute course. What's the timestamp for you?
It's not there at all.
Yeah, it's left for me.
Hold on. There, I'm playing it again. Do you hear
There
it
we
this
go.
time?
It's working now. We
Oh,
Gucci.
that's extremely disconcerting, sitting here the one recording. Great.
Right,
In any
Vishanti.
case, you would give that extra bit of silver to the cart driver, and he would give you a smile and a nod. Thank you kindly.
If I happen to see you around again, I would appreciate another ride. But you have a good night now.
You too. Take care now. And with that, he would send his cart off into the streets as the dancing of lanterns would give a soft illumination for the townhouse before you. What's your passive perception?
19.
Okay. And as the both of you are collecting yourselves, preparing to make entry, something would catch your eye, Garok, as you would briefly look over to the road that you had traveled. As you can see, there is a strange silhouette, very large and humanoid, that seems to be in a sprint coming in your direction.
At me or just down the road
At
in
you.
my direction? At me.
Probably about 200 feet off or so.
I'm gonna point that out to Vishanti and I guess have weapon and shield ready just in case of whatever it is, but 'cause
Yeah,
can't really see what's happening in the dark here.
I'm just
Okay.
gonna take out my bow. But like I know he's coming down there, but I want to look around because I'm like,
Okay.
this can't be just no. No, we've been ambushed way too many times.
All right. You would
Wow.
ready yourselves as this disconcerting sight, and you said you're looking around, Vishanti. Go
Yeah.
ahead and roll perception.
You got it.
Could I also try and make out who the figure is while they're
Sure.
getting closer?
Well, that's a 12.
Let's see.
I'm just imagining the Monty Python thing where it's panning back and forth to him running.
It's kind of what's happening, yeah, I imagine. Problem is, it's also dark.
Vishanti, it's late. You've had a very long and stressful day. So it's hard to really stay focused by this point. Same goes for you, Garrock. But from what you both can discern, you can see the reflecting of metal, almost like armor that seems to be cladding this tall humanoid shape as it continues to approach you very quickly. And you would have your weapons drawn, ready to go, before this figure would be about 50 feet off. And you're starting to get a bit nervous as finally this tall humanoid would pass by a street lantern and would be well illuminated, and you can finally see what's coming at you. Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah. Oops, I forgot about him.
You would take a moment to realize, oh, that's right. I have a guardian.
We have one of those, yeah, I forgot.
Oh yeah.
It's really starting
God.
to sink in. You're a bit paranoid and very fatigued. You should probably get some rest.
You know, completely forgot that we took a carriage ride and it wouldn't fit on one of those, would it?
Not too
Oh,
well.
this one was about to fucking panic. I was like, keep looking around, and I'm like, oh god, oh, let's just go inside.
Well, Proto, we're gonna have to give you a name, I think, at some point. Talking to an object still seems a bit weird, but anyway. Keep guard of this house.
It would come stomping to a halt, kind of shaking the earth slightly as it stands before you, ready to accept your command, and you would see it acknowledges your directive as it would position itself in a sentry pose, and seems to be doing exactly as it's told.
If you see elves, they are the owners of this house.
Hold up.
They
Do you
can
have
come
any
and go as
elves
they
in here?
please.
You feel some sense of acknowledgement from this automaton as it would take that into consideration.
All right then. Well, like I said, people who actually own this place, they're both elves, so they don't really do the sleep thing like we do. So chances are they are up and about. And yeah, I'll go inside and see if either of them are around.
All right. You would enter as you have countless times before, and would come into the dimly lit foyer that doubles as a storefront, given that Elmon is well established around the local area for selling potions and things of the like. You would hear a shuffling in the far back, which you would know to be the storeroom, as you hear the familiar voice of Elmon call out to you as you enter. I'm sorry, but we're just closing down for the evening. But if it's quick, maybe I can help you.
Do you happen to sell ointments for fur problems?
This
I know that voice.
And yeah, I go around and just like peek into the store just to see what's going on at the moment.
You would see that there's a few things scattered about, as if a bunch of hustle and bustle for the day had just cleared out, and Aelmon had scarcely had time to package everything away as he would round the corner. And the second that his eyes meet yours, there is a warm sense of joy and relief that you get off of him. And for Vishanti, and well, everyone for this matter, you would get a look at Aelmon for the first time.
Oh, wow.
I love his hat.
Oh, he is very eccentric.
Yeah, he would extend both arms high up into the air. I knew you'd be okay. I didn't have any doubts. Don't think I was doubting you. I wasn't doubting you at all. But I mean, I knew you'd be okay.
I
You
mean,
can
I'll
take-
scoop him up into a hug.
Oh, he was coming in for it as you give him a warm embrace. He goes, yeah. As it's not the first time that you've hugged him tightly. He's used to it. He was ready for it, but it still winded him a little bit. As you eventually let him down, as he corrects his hat a little bit, as you ruffled his feathers. Oh, we have another visitor this time. What about that little blonde girl? Is she not coming this time around?
Well, she only came around temporarily. I have a habit of making friends recently. It's kind of odd.
Oh.
But they said they're going to an inn this time, so they should be fine. This is Vishanti, funnily enough, from another cartographer group that we kind of met out in the fields, and he lives a bit too far away from here, so I was going to offer him my bed for the evening.
Very kind of you. And for Vishanti, if you're a friend of Garrock's, this house is your house. Anytime you need it. Understand?
This one thanks you for the offer, and this one will take that offer tonight. As he
Ooh.
rubs his really big, gorged tummy filled with meatballs upon meatballs.
Oh, all right. Well, look at that one. Certainly seems to be making themselves at home already.
Yeah. Do you know about the singing rings as an eating contest?
Oh, I've heard things about them. Oh, it seems like they're always coming up with new ideas. Whoever runs that place is quite brilliant. They really shake things up.
Yeah, it turns out they have enchanted gravy. That's new.
Enchanted food?
Yes.
What would I think of that? Well, not too much of a far cry from alchemy. There are properties of arcana that go into some things that I do here, so I'm surprised no one's never thought of that sooner. That's very clever.
Speaking of alchemy, I also have some more good news other than my arrival. Hold on, let me find it a second. And Garrett will
Did you get the thing that I was looking for?
I don't know if it's the exact one because I'm not familiar with alchemy like you are, but I definitely got something that I think fits the description. And he'll withdraw like the rare flowers that he managed to pick out from the Chromatic Mountains, and I tried to get the whole flower as well, damage it as least as possible for you.
Mm-hmm. As he
And then I'll
rambles
hand it
off, his eyes have trailed away from you. It's like, well, anything that comes from the outside world is probably going to be quite valuable. Look at those! Oh, wow. I've never seen one like that before. I don't even know if that has properties that are known. Oh, this is fantastic. Garrock, you are quite the charmer as always. This is just... Thank you, really. Getting things is hard around here. It's not getting any easier, and demand is only going up. But if I can find something out about this, who knows what I could do with this, too? I don't even know.
Ooh, and as another surprise, and mostly because it will be a surprise if I don't tell you about it now. So you know those big automatons with all the armor on them that walk around like people?
Ah, those shield guardians. Forces to be reckoned with. Feels bad for
Yeah.
the criminals to get manhandled by those big iron mitts.
So we currently have one standing outside.
I hope we're not in any sort of trouble. I mean, I've been
Uh,
following all my paperwork when ordering everything. I'm not
we
sure.
made it.
Made?
We made one. Yes.
Made.
Out in the field. Yes.
Made.
If you don't believe me, it's standing right outside.
You know, those things did freak me out a little bit. I'm gonna take your word for it. Made.
Yeah,
What?
I know.
Oh.
It's Barbara's a bit patchwork, which I'm hoping now that I'm back home I can fix up properly. But yeah,
I'm
We've been
beyond
up-
words.
been up to some wild things.
And you would hear a voice come out from the upper floor. Oh, so that's what that shake was to the house. I had a feeling it was something from you, Garrock. As you would see another figure coming down the stairs. As Vishanti, you would get a look as well. As to Garrock, the familiar face of Tyrell Henson descends.
Ah, wondering where you were. Missed you last time.
Sorry about that. It turns out that being an established hunter has its perks when life is threatened as we know it, but and not to toot my own horn. Elmon is what people usually call me, but this guy, he just calls me sweetie. Isn't that great, Vishanti? He toots my own horn no matter where I am. Tyrell, you're supposed to be
He
sleeping.
squints his eyes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He's like, oh, oh, oh.
You seem like you've just had a revelation.
This one did. This one did.
Oh, right. Sorry. I do tend to come on a bit strong sometimes, so think nothing of it.
This one is
Tyrell.
happy for you.
Oh, well, much appreciated. It's it's tough keeping things open in recent times, and not everybody seems to have the same attitude. Even just us being elves, people just seem to get all snobbish, think, "Oh, you came from the interior, didn't you? Why, you're here to prey on the poor or something? I'm watching you, knife ears. I know what you're gonna be putting in my potion. I feel funny. I'm coming." You should hear some of the things people say.
Oh, this
Mouth on
one
them.
knows all about it. Oh, you should see my fiance's side of the family. I hate them all. They're exactly what
Oh.
you think of them.
Dramatic.
Well-
I've been there, done that, and got the t-shirt.
But as he pulls out a picture of his fiance, the one he painted,
Look
and
at that.
he's like, she's very sweet. She's nicest. But
She looks like quite the flower.
indeed. But
Yeah.
as he takes it back, we have faced many stipulations.
Oh, that's par for the course. It's not about how many stipulations you have, it's about how you solve them.
Well, between a blue dragon, a tower that decided that it didn't want to have a top, and dealing with the Venerator and the Council today, I feel like we've had more than enough stipulations for one day.
Right, I should probably stop talking your ear off. And Tyrell, you're supposed to be asleep. You have had a long day. I mean, this is an exception, of course, but just whatever. Whatever. I'm going to shut up now before I ramble any further. If either of you need anything, please just let me know.
I'm good for now, but thank you.
As Helmon gives a smile and a nod as they would continue to clean things up in the main shop area. Tyrell has a helping hand in it as well for about 2 minutes before Elmon very insistently shoos them off to go back to bed. giving the floor open for you two to act as you see fit.
Do you want any tea or anything, Shanti?
Oh, this one would like some tea.
Well, fortunately enough,
I assume
is
there's
it?
no tea here.
well, I mean, this place is housed by both an alchemist and a hunter. If there wasn't a rich variety of chi here, I would too be surprised.
Yes, and they are both elves, so it's a guarantee.
Is it now?
Yeah. My fiance would never go a day without tea. Oh my god, you should see her when she goes out with her tea. Oh, it's a hurricane of a storm. Oh my god.
Well, on the bright side, then you'll already be very used to these two. But yeah. So I'll fix us up both some tea, and then eventually, after doing that, I'll go down into well, my area of the home, I guess.
All right. Vishanti, are you following suit?
Yeah, I'll drink some tea. Fucking those damn knife eaters with their tea.
You would have some tea that just hits just the right way. Perfect temperature, nice blend with all the herbs. It seems like this household really knows what they're doing with the stuff. And all of the achiness that you've been enduring through your visit so far just washes away. What a perfect end to a night.
Okay, this one thinks they understand why they like their tea so much.
hmm
Hmm.
I wasn't too fussed on the stuff when I first came here, but my tastes have changed since then. Right, be careful of the steps. They are rather steep since they're built for me. And with that, I'll go down into the forge and I'll light it up just so that there's a bit of warmth and light going through the area.
All right. And Vishanti, as you follow them and descend down this, it's like a strange mix between a staircase and a very steep ladder. You would carefully shimmy your way down, and you would trade the more warm, homely sensation of the townhouse for a colder and more almost industrial scene.
It's basically Garrock at a workplace.
Yes.
As you would have a brisk chill of air that would greet you down here. As you would see, there is a large forge here with slightly oversized tools. They're just slightly bigger than your average standard issue equipment, including down to the mugs and the stools. And despite there being no draft down here, you do hear the soft rattling of chains above you, as there is quite a bit of chains now that you're looking at it that are draping through the rafters that seem to just very ever so slightly sway in a non existent wind. Be curious.
Now, obviously, this is a bit of an unusual setup. That much is obvious, but once the forge heats up, it's actually kind of nice in here. This is just my taste of home because I'm used to living in the mountains.
Oh, that you have to come see my pop's tofu and tavern pub thingamabobber.
Oh, really? And why is that?
Because you showed me your home. I'd love to show you mine.
Well,
Oh, just be careful. My sister is an acquired taste.
I live with two elves, one of which is a very eccentric alchemist. I feel like at this point I've been more than trained to deal with something like that.
You might have an advantage where many fail, but just if you ever visit, just keep that in mind. She is an acquired taste.
Fair enough. Right. Because it's easier to do this with than it is to have. Well, it's easier for you to occupy my room because I have a spare place out in this middle area that's comfortable to me. The back room there, through that like large oak door, actually has like wooded flooring and everything, and should feel more comfortable like a room.
Mm.
If you want to use that, by all means, go ahead. I'll probably be up for a bit.
Xanthi will finish his tea. Not Xanthi. Fucking V will finish his tea and head into the room and just falls unconscious. Like Gmod style ragdoll physics.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that all too well.
You're
There
like
is
closer
a-
to the floor.
There
Yeah.
is one nice thing about that particular room, as well as it just feeling like a more regular room. It has a bed that's comfortably sized for Garrock, which means by default it is fucking massive.
It's a
Ashanti.
California king.
Pretty much.
Oh yeah. This is a little more crude in its construction, but the size more than makes up for it, as after having that tea, you are in the perfect condition to just switch off for the night. And as you would collapse into this bed, it's like you barely even feel yourself hit the bed itself as you are out and drift off to some well-needed rest. And as for Garrock, you would have the forge ignited by now as it gives its warm orange glow that seems to glisten off of the cold instruments of your forge as you have the room to yourself.
I hate not being in this place. Right. What is it that I need to do first? Right, fix those damn glasses. And then the other thing. We can do the glasses first, that's easier. So, he'll go about basically repairing those things that he said he was going to repair earlier. Like, now that he actually has the rest of his tools available to do fine work with. He doesn't really have lenses, but what he can do instead is his ritual and trade in some gold to get like proper glass lenses to put into place.
Ah. Yeah.
And yeah, basically reforge the glasses so that they were not perfectly like they were before, but nicely functional like they were before.
Using some clerical arcane rituals, you would meld and transmute some energy and sacrificial material to create this metal native lens, which has a very basic magnification. You're not quite sure to what degree he needed his spectacles, if it was just a reading glasses or if he was blind without it. It's anyone's guess. So you take a nice middle of the road approach. If it's either the two, it wouldn't be a far cry off. And given that this is a very simple object using very little materials, it doesn't take you long before you have a very well repaired pair of glasses. And were you trying to replicate the original as much as possible, or are you changing it in some way?
I think for this particular case, especially with what I'm trying to do with them, I'd like to try and keep as much to the original design as possible.
Okay.
If I have to take some like deviations to make sure that they're actually, functional, then so be it, but mostly keeping to the design.
With something so simple, you break out some of the more fine working tools that are fitted to your hands that you have yourself created, and you would get these frames in a 1-to-1, as far as you can tell, only having had a brief glimpse of them before they were summarily destroyed during the interrogation. They look pretty good.
Fantastic. Right. Well, in that case, he sits at his table for a bit, finishes off the tea, writes a small letter, and then I suppose we'll, I guess, get the ritual out of the way.
All right. And are you doing anything specific in preparing this ritual? Any details to be had here? Any books
Well,
in particular?
Funnily enough, there was two things that I wanted to do here, and it's part of the reason why when we were doing the reports, I asked Vishanti if he could do like light sketches of the things that we had seen and stuff like that. And, well, for right now, I'm going to take the painting that he made. And
You bastard!
And I think it's more than a worthy offering, to be perfectly honest.
Bastard! Oh no!
Remind me which painting this is?
The
It's,
blue dragon one.
It was the dragon
Ah.
one.
with an art DC check of 24.
4.
You would take the fuck I'm scared masterpiece that has been handed to you with all of Vishanti's craftsmanship that you imagine probably took a long time to perfect, and would lay it out in front of you as you would collect yourself calmly on the floor and would extend two open palms and would recite some eldritch recitations as the room around you would begin to dim and sputter at the edges, as well as the corners of this masterfully done painting begin to spark. And before long, these sparks would catch into this purplish reddish glowing flames that would consume and eat away at the paints and parchments, reducing them into a vortex of swirling embers of a similar hue, as this would take to fire very quickly, as if dried tinder. And as the embers break off from the burnt remains of this painting as it's consumed, these flakes of fire would encompass you as it swirls around you faster and faster as you feel yourself lose balance despite being perfectly still, as these flames would coalesce into these long black coils of tapestry that would consume the air around you and would envelop you as though a cocoon, until you would see these tapestries rearrange themselves into pages bind into spines, into tomes, which arrange into shelves, which create an interdimensional library beyond even your understanding to this day. As you feel yourself shift somewhere else, and would be met with the glowing blue flickers dancing among eldritch knowledge in a library forgotten in some place indeterminate. As you can feel, there is a presence in this room, a familiar one that is looking down upon you as this new knowledge, still fluttering in the air, having been consumed, would find its place among the pages. And you would hear a voice call out to you from the bindings.
Garrock Mountain Hammer. Craftsman reborn from burning tapestry, herald of the chained. You have come.
I have. With offerings.
This offering is new, yet insightful nonetheless. A moment in history, preserved in parchment and dye. It will make an adequate collection. Interpretations will be made, and the memory shall be preserved here for all time. But there is something else here with you, something beyond this offering. Explain yourself.
It appears that there are other worldly beings that also broke the shackles of mortality one called a startographer. There are even other things that were discovered during my last adventure alone that seem to also follow this scheme. But for some reason, they all want a common goal: to see this mortal land tamed once again. In doing so, this person entrusted me with one of their designs, their apparatus, a possible key for salvaging a future.
How can you be sure of the intentions of these startographers? There is a tether tied to you, Garrock. One beyond my own. One beyond my understanding. Interwoven with energy I have yet to sense.
It is a new type of energy, unknown to even most mortal kind. A new invention. I don't understand all the intricacies myself, but if I have learned anything, it is probably better to know what people are making and using than to stumble about in the dark. And this seemed like it would be more helpful to both you and I than a hindrance.
This is fascinating. The most perplexing artifact you have come across yet. It is tied to you. Its grip on you is more deep-rooted than any other bond I have observed. I can feel it here now, burning. Turning my chains a low glow of red. What more can you tell me about this thing tied to you?
It seems to have fail-safes. When someone else was attached to it and they were about to meet their demise, it seemed to activate in a radiant sort of glow, preventing their death and holding them in a stasis where this person lives. Its main features, from what I can tell, is that it collects a type of energy, something that has been labeled as cosmic energy. It uses this, collects it, and then makes a sort of large-scale, very realistic map. And apparently it serves other purposes that are yet to be defined until we find more of people like his kin that can serve to upgrade it in some way. It is also very, very dangerous to those who are not bonded to it, as you said, you no doubt feel.
The imprint this thing has borders a similar architecture to the previous artifact you brought here. Its design is notably human, but using something beyond, something not previously observed. It's interesting to see what humans can do when forces beyond their comprehension are at their disposal for them to craft in ways they see fit. What is your mastery over this contraption?
It can be summoned and dissipated at will. Only, it seems, those connected to it, only one at a time may use it. My functionality with it is the most limited of the group, as this is a very recent development. I've not even had time to study it myself yet, from what I can glean. But at the very least, it collects energy, uses it, and then, at least, like I said, procures a map. But my theory is that if it collects this energy, then that energy can be used for a myriad of functions. A simple item that just displays a map would be very strange for such a complicated object. At least that's
Quite so. Very fascinating. There are secrets tucked away in this thing that have yet to be realized. As if secrets kept away in a locked box, waiting for the one who knows how to pick the lock can access its potential. Unlike knowledge you traditionally sacrifice to my keep, we cannot sacrifice this item in the same way. Yet its tether to the physical realm is loose at best. Bring it before me. We will attempt to crack at this lock.
And there is a pause for a second. I mean not to doubt you, but are you sure this won't hurt you? If I do so.
Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is assured, except for one thing. The yield of a successful interpretation of the secrets it holds. This cannot be passed up.
Then, with a long breath, I will summon the Cartographer Corps.
You would feel within yourself the tie you have to this object now, and would summon it with a as it appears before you. And the second this thing appears before you, it is a little different than you've previously observed it, as there's this blinding white light that is coming off of this, as there is a crackling, as there is a sudden and constant discharge of strange cosmic energy that's coming out of this thing as soon as you will it into existence, and it would arc and strike the nearby bookcases, and the light coming off of this would overpower the reds and the blues and the other odd shades from forces just beyond this room, as this thing is writhing with power. Make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh shit.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh my god.
He's blowing it up.
Was definitely hurting
Oh,
so
I was
soon.
almost an 18.
Ouch.
So
There would
five,
be...
actually. I'm gonna use a reroll.
Okay.
That
There you
seems like a
go.
good time to use it.
Yeah.
I'll retry.
There you go. That's better.
Okay.
14, maybe that's better. Hopefully it is.
You feel your entire body go numb as the force discharging from the cartographer core only increases as the top part would split open just a hair. And as it does that, there are full, almost the equivalent of lightning bolts that are erupting out of this thing as it begins to strike at all parts of this library as you would hear your patron, your deity, whatever you want to call it, in extreme distress. As everything would go black and you would feel yourself hit the floor as you are shunted out of that place very forcefully as you feel yourself slide against the floor of your forge, and you find yourself stunned, laying limply on the ground.
Oh, shit.
And as for Vishanti, you are fast asleep. You are having one of the best sleeps you've had in a while, but it is interrupted as you are shot awake by a large crashing explosion coming from outside in the forge area.
V just runs up, sprints, slams to the door, realizes it's not a push door, pulls it open, and then goes.
God.
Fuck you, gain a point of inspiration. That's great.
Ah, you bitch.
I love that.
You would open the door and you would see Garrock in the far corner of the forge as there is a faint white glow coming off of him, almost like he's steaming, as he is collapsed to the ground, not moving. And off maybe about 4 or 5 feet away, on its side, smoking and arcing brilliantly and with very clearly a dangerous amount of power you don't understand, is that strange core device that has been the center of attention lately. You don't know what just happened, but he doesn't look okay.
I'm gonna rush up the stairs and scream, "Hey! Get down here! Emergency!
Jesus fuck.
I don't know medicine!"
You would hear that as you go up those stairs, you already hear, before you even get to shout, there is the footfalls, 2 sets of feet coming down the set of stairs going to the upper floor, as you would see the Aelmon and Tyrell coming, running over. What was that? What was that? What was that? That's not.
Get down here quickly!
That was not a normal forge noise.
As V goes back and just goes over to Garrock.
And you would have the 2 elves in tow as they would quickly examine this strange sight to behold, as Garrock is still in a full stun as they are looking at this, and they're not quite sure what to make of this. You would see Aelmon would, with great struggle, manage to get Garrock up right against the wall. He wouldn't dare try to move him more than like what he did now. He's very visibly winded just doing that. As Tyrell would look over towards the strange contraption that is still arcing and sparking over in the corner as he approaches it with curiosity.
Don't let him touch it.
This one would stop. This has caused my cartographer group and their ones so much pain. We almost got executed because of it. Do not touch it.
You just what? I'm sorry, what? As Elmon would look over his shoulder.
Were you not at the whole chosen ceremony thingy?
Dear, I've been busy all day. The needs of the people come before anything else, and I'm the one that provides. What happened here?
What happened
And
here?
what is this thing that it was working on? It looks like he's trying his head at something new, but I don't know what he's doing. This looks
This
strange.
one does not know. I was asleep. All I hear is the crashing. But leading up, apparently that. Actually, V will go over to it and take one of the oversized tongs and just push it away. This has caused us so much fucking issues. It gives off cosmic energy, apparently.
Well, you're gonna have to fill me in because I'm not really sure what cosmic is, but that sounds very significant. Is that part of the cartography thing that's been going on?
If you're found with traces of it, execution is near imminent, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna find a heavy blanket and I'm gonna put it over that thing. If anybody comes in here asking what that is,
Tell them
it's
to take it up with cartographer team 26.
No. I spilled some milk that was enchanted and it's on fire. It's on fire and it just needs to sit there for a little while. And the blanket is so no one burns themselves.
Genius.
Don't touch the burning milk is what you would tell everyone that tries to come in here.
Oh my gosh, yes, but I don't want to move him. But we have to move him.
I can tend to him. He doesn't seem to be in control, but I can see there's some dilation in his eyes. I think he'll be okay. He just needs some nappy time. You should probably do the same.
He just looks over and saying, he just looks at him saying, this one's adrenaline is pumping through him. I need to go run.
Tyrell would look at you. Do you want some tea? Maybe?
Extra strong.
I'll go get the mortal pestle. I'm
you
gonna
can see just
yeah,
V's
alright,
right now,
I go
like
now.
he's doing like a full like standing high knee sprint in one place, like how the how like sports like football people do it, like full speed.
Yeah.
But it's just
Yeah,
him
yeah.
normally. He's just like.
So you're like,
You would take some time to hyperfixate and get the adrenaline jitters out of you over the course of the next 20-30 minutes as some very strong tea is cooked up by Tyrell as you have yourself another sip, and it definitely helps you come back down as you see that Garrock is okay. As for Garrock, you feel your sensations slowly coming back, and you are fed that very tea by Aelmon, who is essentially nursing you, as there's a secondary blanket that he finds that he drapes over you, with a pillow between your head and the wall you're leaning up against, as you're essentially nursed by them for the remainder of the evening, as you are able to make do with the situation and get some shut-eye despite the circumstances.
If it's possible before I go to sleep, and if I have any ability to, I'm gonna at least try and de-summon the cartographer core. If possible.
Roll charisma.
oh,
Oh, charisma!
oh no.
Oh, yeah!
A
An ability
test
check or a saving
of
throw?
your just an ability check. A test of your will.
Nope.
Oh god.
Well, you got spilled milk under a blanket that's on fire. That's
Alright
the story.
then.
You're
Genius.
rolling with it.
All right, I know it. I got my story straight. If anyone asks questions, we good.
Yeah.
Shit. That is not good.
I'm going to take one of the Garrock's blanket from the bed, wrap the spilled milk that's caught on fire, dairy one, then grab the corners. So that's why I'm not touching it. So it's in like the sack. And I'm
Yeah, as
putting
you
it-
even try to touch this thing, even with some material between you and the core, you feel there is a very quick response. As if you feel like if you have extended contact for more than a fraction of a second, bad stuff's gonna happen. You might want to leave it alone, is what you're coming to a conclusion
I'm
of.
just gonna fucking chuck it.
Okay, you just shove it and it is slunted over to the far corner of the forge.
Good. Be good.
As the fiery milk, as you all decided to call it now, if anyone asks, is in the corner, wrapped in
Yes.
a blanket, sparkling.
Wrapped in 2 blankets.
2 blankets.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Gonna need more
Going
blankets.
big on security here.
At a and with that, you would manage to get a handle on things as best you can, and eventually you're able to settle down for the evening and get some rest, the both of you, despite the circumstances. Meanwhile, in a different part of the kingdom,
Ooh, stabby time.
Cobweb, you
no.
have had an eventful and kind of shitty evening as you are helping the Shire Guard recover the now decimated section of wall that you've decided to station yourself at. There's a few bodies that need to be moved and piled up. There's that ogre fellow who you gave old the old 1-2.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
That was a tough body to move. Given that he is among rubble, no one really questioned how he died. They assumed it was part of the collapse, so you can breathe a little bit on that one.
Yeah, that one's gonna stick with him for a while. I imagine he's moving his body to keep from thinking about it.
Yeah. As you have to kind of come to terms with the fact that that creature just turns a previous ally against you, and you kill the person, depending on your view of ogres.
Oh no, they're all right. He was brought up around them, so
yeah, they do have some friendly relations. So you have to digest that one. And after a while of triaging the area, there will be a rotation of the guard as you are in the dead of night. There's faintly echoing through the valley cannon fire coming from other parts of the walls. And you don't think too hard on it because you're buried in your own work. As there would be a small patrolman of Shire Guardsmen that would arrive essentially to dismiss you from duty as they are taking over and giving you the option to have some reprieve. And if you aren't familiar with the Shire Guard, they are dressed as such with the mark of High Shire on one of their pauldrons.
alrighty.
Company of them.
Yeah, Cobweb is just going to give him a short report. The wall was attacked by what its abilities may or may not be. Yeah.
They do have some parchments that let you give a report like that.
Are there any entrances to the Undercity around me?
You would know that there's a entryway probably a couple of miles from here. So if you're going to try to get underground into the caveways, yeah, you're not too far.
Alrighty. He is probably going to go home to his hole and probably see his ma. Just de-stress probably.
All right.
Or whatever's left of the night.
Off you would go, having been relieved of duty and processing the really hard life that these Shire Guardsmen have. And you were only there for less than one rotation. You can't imagine what these few days have done to the now veterans of the walls that have made it through it all. Gets your mind reeling. The night is surprisingly quiet. There's not much foot traffic. Not close to the walls here, at least. It seems like most of life has withdrawn to the more central areas of the kingdom. As you can see, you pass by a number of homes that are seemingly up and abandoned. These things are boarded up. And
Having been raised on the streets, he is probably going to keep his head on a swivel just because he knows that there's plenty of danger within the walls, too.
roll perception. You're a bit tired as you've come to realize and you have things on your mind, so you decide that in lieu of that, you stick to your old tactics where you will hug walls and prefer to stay to crevices that reduce the amount of view you have, or others would have of you. You see there's a number of passerby that seem to be keeping to themselves. Seemingly those who are reinforcing their own homes are almost never have a moment's rest. There's some traffic that intermingles with the area that goes to the walls. Similar scene from what you've been seeing throughout the coming days in the surface. Nothing too out of the ordinary. As you would proceed and would continue along a ravine area, kind of a backwoods region that has a large descent, as there is a rough gravel road that is ill-kept. It's not paved or cobblestone. It's just this rough upturned dirt that you would follow. As you would see, there is a mouth of a large cavern as this would wind into the earth, as this is one of the many entryways to the underground sections of the kingdom.
He's going to take a deep breath. Oh, smell of upturned dirt. The humidity. Oh, home sweet home. And he's going to pitter-patter his way inside.
In you would go. As the familiar sensation of the occasional drops of dew coming from above and the loose periodic dirt giving way to gravel and hard stone, as you welcome the sensation very openly, as you're back in an element that you know and love. And you can see as you pass by, there are a few swords that are stuck into the ground as you pass by. You would know that this is some sort of open demonstration to people who have lost their lives in one way or another for one reason or another. As you can see, there's a bunch of those as almost like a warning to those petty surface dwellers that it's rough here and they aren't afraid to show it. You can spot that there's a couple of helmets that are positioned on the pommels of those swords that you would know are Shire Guardsmen helmets.
Eesh, I guess the siege isn't doing much for public relations. And he's gonna walk past. Or actually, is there any Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
This particular part of the caveways is a bit unfamiliar. It seems pretty quiet, even for this time of night. You would look over and you can see there is a small congregation of what you would recognize as kobolds that seem to be doing business to themselves, draped in their thick hoods as usual, as they seem to be exchanging some small contraptions with one another.
Cobweb sort of learned early on not to trust kobolds, just because they like traps more than goblins do, and that's saying something.
All right, I presume you're going to try to navigate your way back to your humble abode.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me see. Navigation. I believe that is survival, if I'm not mistaken. I think. Yeah, just make a survival check, given that there's a lot of different things that go into account of navigating these rough caves.
Alrighty.
Not to mention your keeping to your wits to not draw attention you don't want. You would take an offshoot, having a pretty good sense of direction, knowing that you need to head northeast to get into your neck of the caves. And you would continue for about 30 minutes, passing by a number of offshoots that lead into these small little areas where you think people can pull up. There's some parts of it that appear to be more well established than others. Less so caves and more so underground. Looks like things have been actually mined out. You would recognize some dwarven craftsmanship in the stone, as there are some pillars and almost like congregation areas that have been created and sculpted by masonry tools over the last 100 years. So there is some structure down here. And you would get to a offshoot that you believe leads to your area of residence, only to see that there is a very large barricade that has been constructed completely blocking your path. As you would look to the top, and you can see that there is a drow that is surveying the area you are currently standing in from the top of this barricade. It seems very hastily put together, as if chunks of trees have been used to create this in a very hasty effort here. But yeah, your way's blocked.
Muda? Oh, Lord,
You
did he
still there,
die?
Muda?
I think he died.
As the goblin would drop to the stone, overwhelmed with the sight of this terrible barricade.
Oh goodness. Yeah. I don't know what the hell just happened there.
My
My
only
my sound cut
backbone.
all the way out.
Ooh.
All right. I don't know
Oh.
how much you heard, but in summary, there's a big, hastily made barricade blocking your way. There's a drow on top that seems to be keeping some sort of watch, preventing you from getting any closer to your home.
Any identifying features like I don't know, gang paraphernalia, any symbolism?
You would take a look just by the headpiece that you're wearing, and it's not entirely familiar, although it does bear some pretty strong resemblances to one of the more well-known gangs that are down here. You're not really sure the exact name, but you know the general reputation that they have general interests of the people in mind, but they seem to almost always, whenever they do a seemingly good act, there's always something in it for them. So they're a little two-faced, but there's far worse gangs out there.
Cobweb's going to shout up to the drow. Hey, knife here! Hey! Down here!
Try again.
Try, what do you mean, try again?
We build these strong barricades and you come at us with slurs. Try again.
Esteemed elven overlord, would you please be so kind as to, lower your barricade for this humble, green-skinned whelp?
Oh, dearest apologies, little green kiss ass, but this is not coming down, I'm afraid. Even if I wanted to,
why's that?
Well, even if I wanted to, it wouldn't exactly be able to be taken apart. It's put together with the intent to stay as it is. And unless you've been living under a rock, which, well, most do down here, although even most of the people down here are aware, those walls topside are going to crumble. So, we're making our own. Unless you want to openly invite those whatever they are from beyond.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but he's going to take out his little insignia. You're kind of obstructing what is it? Cartographer business. I kind of gotta get through. It's been kind of a long day. And he shows him the wound where the disintegration ray almost got him.
I see, been through the ringer. Well, if you're a cartographer, then you should know all well the importance of walls. I'm a bit curious you question the ones that we created. We weren't even prompted to do so by the pillar. We just decided to do our part as second-hand citizens. Listen, if you're looking to get further into the caveways to reach Undershire, you're going to have to reroute yourself a good 3 hours pace back the way you came and around a eastern detour.
So you're telling me that I can't just hop over? And that's what this is?
Well, and he would reach a lantern over and you would see that there are dozens of daggers and knives that are seemingly stuck through the far end of the wall to create a knife wall towards the top, like makeshift barbed wire
Oh my
almost. And you would see, if you really want to climb this, you're welcome to try. It'll be pretty entertaining to see how many different pieces you would be shredded into.
Such a dick. Ugh, fine. Where did you say I have to go again?
Back around the path southbound. Follow the more main tunnels. Use the dwarven architecture as a point of reference. And in a good 3 hours pace, if nothing gets in your way, you just might make it to Undershire.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And he's gonna turn around and be on his way.
Yeah. That guy is clearly not interested in conversation. Bit of a dick
Fair.
he was. And you would know that with the descriptions that he gave you, 3 hours, I mean, it's very late at night. If you want to get a good night's rest and make it to the Inquisition for the morning, that's scarcely an option. It's going to be sacrificing sleep if you want to trek that. You think that finding a little area locally around here to hunker down in is a much safer option.
Hmm. Well, the thing is, out of character, I didn't really even use most of my abilities. It was mostly just, so it's just health that I need. Would I be able to get a short rest in if I follow his directions?
You could. It comes down to a matter of how much time you're willing to let pass. Given that you wanted to meet with the Inquisition come morning, the implication for that conversation was like first light. You could use like a short rest stuff to pace yourself and get to Undershire, but you're definitely going to be rolling up to the Inquisition, you think, probably almost midday. So that really depends. I mean, you could still make this work. It's really up to your interpretation.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'll find someplace to shack up. Are there any promising holes around here? Which is a sentence I never thought I'd have to say.
You would stick to the dwarven sections of these caves because you know for a fact that they make stuff that is built to last, rather than the hastily hollowed out cave pathways that the kobolds seem to love so much. Those aren't very stable half the time. But you would continue onwards, and there would be a congregation area, kind of like the scene card you're seeing here, where it's a semi-open area. There's some figures off in various corners that are keeping to themselves. The occasional fire that is off in various little nooks, and there would be some almost like half rooms that are offshoots of that. And you figure this would be an excellent place to stay.
Do the figures look perturbed by my presence? Like, do I get the impression that if I sleep near them, will they fucking rob me?
Roll investigation.
Gotcha.
High rolls, high rolls. Oh,
Oh
no.
my god. Ain't no way I got a 0. No.
Crisp.
Congratulations,
0.
you got a net 0.
Holy shit.
You know, you're tired. You think it's probably fine. It's not the first time you've done this. It's really, I mean, like they're like off to themselves. If you're quiet, maybe they won't notice.
Alrighty. Cobweb is going to gather all of his stuff into his little bedroll. He's going to roll it over into a sort of burrito, and he's going to sleep on top of it, in a not so damp corner.
Okay. You would find a suitable place to lay low as you would quietly sneak your way into this crevice and would set yourself up as you mentioned and would slowly ease yourself into something of a rest. Takes you a bit longer than normal for your mind to settle down, but ultimately you are able to fall asleep.
wakes up in the morning with the medieval equivalent of his car on bricks.
There's an incision on your stomach.
sleeping
It seems
bag's
your
just-
pancreas is gone.
Oh no.
Congratulations, you've been rimworld.
Oof. As you're able to successfully get a safe location, as your night in your sleep, as far as you're aware, is uneventful. As you take your long rest. And I would love to take a 15 here, because I know I got food waiting for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to smoke and scream at the night sky for aliens to come abduct me.
Okay, let's not
Don't
do
worry,
that.
we get to the juiciest part of the session afterwards, I'm sure.
Oh,
Jeez.
yes.
It's gonna
I wonder-
be good.
I wonder if Portia's fucking BDSM dungeon is more scarier than Garrock's.
Garrox is fine. Look, would you have rather, like, the magical bomb gone off in a place that was flammable, for instance?
Yeah. No, that would have been awful.
Oof.
I can't believe you did that. My
I don't think your god's gonna be too happy with you next time you
No,
pop
see,
up
that's
in
the
the
thing.
chat.
I asked my god if he really wanted to do this. I did the DM equivalent to my own god, and he went, no, fucking bet.
It was contemplated. The risks were calculated. Evidently, it didn't absorb any math books because it was horribly miscalculated.
Yeah, it's like,
Fuck yeah.
I gave my god the option of not.
Well, we now know what the cartographer. Well, you know what the cartographer core is capable of now because you brought it to its realm.
Hey, I mean, it's a new discovery.
Yeah.
Anyways, 15.
Yeah.
Alright, so, hey,
8. Oh God.
So, Jackal. Oh, he's not there. Okay, I'm gonna piss. Whoop.
You good?
You know, on the bright side, this isn't the first time my god's been burned by its own decisions.
Mm.
So, Jackal,
Yes.
interested in joining a new religious movement?
I would need a whole 24-page slide, PowerPoint specifically, with 14 times New Roman font. I want graphs. I want pictures. You gotta sell this to me.
Okay.
I'll just continue to steal your artwork instead, then.
Ah, yes. And then the authorities come up to you saying you've stolen worth around 1 million gold's worth of art.
Well, by all means, go and take it back from my god if you feel like.
No, just take it from you.
Well, good luck with that.
It's easy.
Also, you gave it to me.
No, you bought it.
No.
The generous part was to give you it at a 10 gold discount.
You
Well,
said that I could pick one of them to have.
yes, for a price. At a very reduced price.
Well, there we go then.
So you didn't steal artwork from me, but
No, I purchased goods and services.
yes, at a very reduced price because you saved my life. See, gotta keep things in order.
But yeah, my favorite part of the session is about to come up, and it doesn't even involve me. Woo! It's gonna be good.
Hey,
Stop it.
It's gonna be good.
is it stabby time?
I
Don't
don't know.
To be honest, I'd be very surprised if it's a stabby time, because
Yo,
judging by the sound
yo,
of these
yo,
people,
Jacket, we were so concerned when we saw this random ass thing running towards us.
to be
Yeah.
fair, it could have been anything.
I know, we both
And I-
thought that, and we were just like, oh, wait a minute. Right,
oh
we
yeah,
have a
we
shield
have a shield guardian.
It's just running towards at us. Menacingly.
Wee woo.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. See the shield guardian running at
Wee
us.
woo, wee
Wee
woo.
woo, wee woo.
Wait, wait, I'm gonna take one of them tasty long rests.
Oh, all I
I
gotta
actually
say
get
is
to have
this.
one.
Jacket. Which one of
Yes.
us is Pinhead, and which one of us is Dirty Dan?
Yeah, we could take an endurance.
We can take what?
We could take an endurance.
I like the way you think. My salmon's almost done, so I'm excited. I should make some baked potatoes with it. Ooh!
Ooh.
Wait a minute. Amazon,
Yes.
should I make some baked potatoes, then pan sear those baked potatoes? Or just keep it as baked potatoes?
I mean, baking them off and then pan-searing them.
So I get a nice...
Pan-searing them it allows you to at least put a little bit of flavor on the potato as opposed to putting it on while it's still hot.
It's either it's getting slathered up in butter, salt, pepper, garlic. Either way. So I was
Yeah,
wondering,
see
should I add a crust on it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Alright, I'll be back.
Yeah. Got 10 minutes to be quick.
I have proficiency in charisma saving throws, so it goes from a -3 to a +0. Hell yeah. So I don't ever get possessed by something.
Yeah.
So I can cross that off the bucket list. Are you sure you want to do this to an eldritch being?
Answers no.
Ooh, my salmon's done. I'm just gonna keep it in the oven to keep it nice and warm when my potatoes finish. Gotta love my salmon. Gotta love it. Alright, here's a good question for y'alls. What is your favorite fish to cook, to eat, and to serve?
Edible.
Good.
I like to cook salmon. Or no. I like to cook catfish. I like to eat tuna, and I like to serve. What is it called? Salmon. Yeah.
I have a question then.
Yes.
Why weren't you playing with Tabaxi in this campaign?
Wait, who are you asking?
Just with that salmon and fish answer, just like, why aren't you playing with Tabaxi here?
What about you, Goat, and Amazon?
Well, I like cooking and serving salmon. I like eating catfish, especially when it's fried.
Gotcha. What about you, Goat?
I think Code is out for smoke.
What you fucking Howie?
Oh, never mind.
Did you hear the question?
No.
What type
What
of
fish do
fish?
you like eating? What fish do you like serving? And what fish do you like cooking?
I despise fish.
Really?
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I hate it.
Welcome back, B-Man.
Yeah.
Did you hear the question?
No.
What fish do you like eating the most? What fish do you like cooking the most? And what fish do you like serving the most?
What's the difference between cooking and serving exactly? Because we
Cooking is just the physical, like, I like cooking it. And then serving is, you're not the one eating it, you're giving it to other people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can tell you with confidence is tuna. I have that almost every single week just because of its protein content. It's very fucking high. Really good stuff.
Mhm.
There's a lot of different ways to prepare it too. I usually just go for a basic bitch tuna sandwich though with like cheese maybe and like lettuce. As for serving and cooking, I really haven't cooked fish at all. The closest to that is years ago. I went deep sea fishing and we caught, I think they were called bluegills,
Mhm.
and that was pretty good. I do believe they filleted them, but they gave us the meat.
Nice.
So I would go with that just for old time's sake of doing that again because that was fun.
I would say mine are, I like serving salmon because it's always a great fish to give people because it's just so nice. Everyone likes salmon. Myself, I like eating tuna, but damn, do I love cooking some deep fried catfish. Oh,
Never had
Oh
catfish.
yeah. When my mother's parents who lived in Virginia, when we every once in a while when we went up there, there'd always be like a catfish fry somewhere, whether it's at our house or at someone else's house.
B-Man, if you ever head down to the south, it doesn't matter who you ask. If you ask for some deep fried catfish, you're going to get it good.
Oh yeah.
I've only been to the South really once when I took my trip to Texas over the course of the summer. We had a lot of Tex-Mex. That was kind of the big appeal because we were around San Antonio, and there was plenty of like authentic places, not like the theme stuff like you go to like Moe's or Chipotle's, but like actual like it's a local place. You can see the border just over the hill. They hopped over.
Yeah.
Yep.
Went to one of the little hole in the walls. Yeah.
It was so goddamn good. Oh my god.
Yeah, those are usually the places that are the best when you have the family-owned little holes in the wall.
Yeah, they had a what are they called? The Cucaracha bands or whatever they had a live one. Mariachi, that's it. Yes, they had one of those. They were great.
Yeah.
They looked the part and everything. They were awesome.
So a couple years
people
ago,
who are dedicated to their art, they love doing
5
it.
years,
They love playing.
we got a place called Senior Salsa, which is we got to meet the actual owner who's from what was it? It was Puerto Vallarta.
Dang.
There's a city in Mexico where he's from, and he's brought his mother as the head chef to give us authentic Mexican food, and damn,
Ooh, damn.
she retired a year ago, but
Mhm.
her nephew is now the head chef, and it's just as if she made it. Oh god, it's delicious.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, when they pass shit down, they make sure you do it right.
Give me like 60 seconds here and we'll continue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're good.
1, 2.
Don't you do that.
3.
For free?
3
Oh, this for free?
is for me.
This for me? Oh my god, Goat.
The fuck?
It's gonna be on the fucking recording, bro. Come on. Mm,
How about you just advertise your OnlyFans while you're at it?
Advertise our voice acting skills for
Yeah.
every genre.
Ah, jeez.
Nothing
Voice
I want
acting
to
skills. Okay, I only do the goblin well. I cannot do any other voice. My default voice is Russian. I don't know why.
God. I enjoyed my Axel voice. I've been saving my monster voice for quite a while because I never had a character that was like truly a monster, like or a monstrosity.
Mm.
Okay.
But yeah, those are the ones I think I'm the best at. And then it's just like a Shrek accent type of deal that comes and goes. I had it for a character named Flair, but I can't remember how I fucking did it ever. So I just end up with going with multiple different voices for the different phases of Flair.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know Flair, think Avatar. Power over the 4 elements.
But I don't
Yeah.
like thinking.
Shit.
Like what? He's not Aang.
I come specifically to not think.
I
That's
don't
specific.
think, therefore I don't am.
Okay.
But Aang don't
I have high wisdom, not high intelligence.
Okay.
Hey,
Jack,
wisdom is
why did
under
it come on
philosophy,
oven?
or philosophy is under wisdom.
Not under my philosophies.
Well, your philosophy is to kick ass and chew names.
Okay.
My philosophy is to kick ass and blow myself the fuck up, apparently.
I'm here to kick some gum and chew ass, and I'm all out of gum.
How it chews to gum 5 feels.
Gum gum. Censor stimulate.
Stimulate your gum gum.
How it chews to feel 5 gum.
Dull your senses. God, I gotta get a soundboard one of these days.
Voice looks
To
pretty good.
have sound effects on command is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you have no idea. All right. Ooh, we're doing it.
Oh god.
All right, let's test this new module, see if it works.
I don't want to go to the shuttle realm.
I don't wanna.
Well, that's
too
fortunate
bad.
for you.
Goat, you have an all-inclusive ticket to Brazil.
No, it's not Brazil, it's the Gulag.
Brazil.
Gulag is in Brazil.
Like, no, I mean the Call of Duty one. You're gonna have to fight like 2 other people, and whoever wins the Gulag gets to join the free-for-all outside Highshire.
Oh god.
Within the delirious minds of Dagny and Rin, your last visions were of shadows encroaching around you. Shadows that had something within them, as if the shadows themselves were alive and were manipulating you in some way, while you lay powerless and defeated to resist in any foreseeable way. You felt yourselves being handled in motion, tampered with. It's kind of all a strange haze, as you would be out of your right minds for quite a while. So long, in fact, that you gain the benefits of a long rest, believe it or not.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, you is gone.
God damn it.
I forget where that fucking button is.
It's the bed next to the health points.
Oh, there it is. I was at 0, so I had to put 1 so I could actually take a rest.
There would be a long while before either of you would regain your consciousness. And you both would more or less come to your senses around the same time. And there is a heavy grogginess. For Dagny, worse so, because you feel like you've had some sort of something put into your system that put you out or manipulated your body in some way you don't understand, in conjunction with a very miserable hangover. You feel like death. And as for Rin, you are churning around within the waters of your suit, and you feel sore within your true body, and there is a sputtering in the filtration within your water, as if that has been tampered with in some way, as you would struggle to position yourself to look out of the viewports and actually make sense of your surroundings. As Dagny, the room's spinning a little bit and you're seeing double, as that would slowly fade, and you too would make sense of your surroundings as well.
Okay. Before, I think just her coming out of this grogginess, I think the first thing, because she would probably equate this to her usual wake up routine that she does since she was at the estate. So first question she would be asking herself is, how am I feeling? Am I in any pain at all?
There is a heaviness to your body and there's aching. It's not like you're injured, but more so that you're coming off of some things in your system that are just leaving you feeling shitty. And for those who are not Rin or Dagny, can you see the tokens here?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice. That's working as intended.
Okay. I think the next
I
thing
am
she would
Dagny.
do, I think the next thing she would do is make sure that she is able to, that she kind of has full use of her limbs. So going from top to bottom, she'll flex and contract her feet, make sure her knees can move, touch fingers to thumbs, see if she still has full range of her elbows and shoulders and full range of her neck.
You would go ahead and give yourself a body check, and you're able to move yourself within a reasonable sense of normalcy. It doesn't seem like you are bound in any way, restricted. You would give yourself kind of a pat down, and you would find that, well, as expected, all of your things have been relieved of you, as you have nothing more than the clothes on your back. And there is an addition, as you would feel a cold metallic object around your neck, as it's hard to see given its position, but you feel that there's some sort of collar on you. And
Do I sense any arcane energy coming off of it?
you would try to get a feel for this. It seems like whenever you try to think within yourself and access your flow of magic, that this thing seems to disrupt it. So you come to the conclusion that so long as this is on you, using magic is going to be extremely difficult at best.
Okay, she's gonna try and sit up.
You would, because there is a pain in your spine as you sit upright. You're not shackled, but you're certainly in a cell.
Alright. Using the wall for a support, she for support, she's going to try and stand up.
You would do so, as you find it particularly hard beyond your condition, as you would see that those bracers are no longer supporting you. And you have to do it the hard way.
Okay. She's going to take full view of her surroundings. Like, what is available in this room to her right now?
Roll perception.
I also wanted to do a systems check during the time that Dagny was doing himself a self-check as well.
It's a 15.
Okay. Rin, you would come to much of the same conclusion that all of your things have been taken, minus the bare functionality of your suit. And you too would feel that there's a new addition to your neck, your true neck, as there is a similar collar that is preventing any arcane incantations. And as for Dagny, this is certainly a cave-like crevice turned cell. In the far corner, there's some rusted shackles that appear to be broken in many places. You figure if those weren't in a broken condition, you'd probably be restrained in them by now, but alas, it looks like they are not able to be used. So you have some reprieve. You would see, looking outward into this area, there's an entryway of sorts. There's a set of double doors that are shut, and there's some quiet mutterings of two separate voices coming from over here, as there's people nearby.
She's just gonna move herself a little closer to the gate and staying out of view.
You would do so. And let me check your languages. Nope. You can hear speaking, and you don't understand the language, but based on your reading, you're able to at least pick up on enough pieces of sentence structure to know that these two voices are speaking in thieves' cant.
Okay, she's just gonna peek, see if they're actually paying attention to anyone moving in the cells.
Okay. You can move your token to peek accordingly.
Like, if I could just...
You can use shift to move a partial square too.
Yeah, like...
Yeah.
Like, peek around the corner there.
Alright. You would peek the corner, and you would see the two figures that are facing each other in conversation. You would recognize the one to the far side as one of the shadow-like assassins that had abducted you. The other one isn't familiar. He's a gruff-looking fellow. There's some trappings on him that would suggest that he is of the arcane persuasion. Maybe he's responsible for your neck piece. And you can see that the familiar face, the assassin, does have some wounds on him, as, oh, there's no doubt now, these definitely were the guys that abducted you. Surprise, surprise. Though he still seems hurt.
Okay, she is gonna kind of shift back, kind of into this little crevice over here, away from the gate, and kind of wait till she hears footsteps going away.
You would slink back to your corner and would bide your time, keeping two ears open. Rin, are you doing anything?
Rin is currently freaking the fuck out inside their suit because they are imprisoned again. And yeah, they are currently playing dead / unconscious at the moment and trying to formulate plans and ideas how to get the fuck out of this situation while trying not to shit themselves.
Okay. There would be some time that would pass. And Dagny, you keeping your ears open would be alert and would hear this first, as over the course of around 15 or so minutes, these two figures do not move from their current position. They're barely even shifting. You imagine that they are there with purpose. and you would hear footsteps coming from further back here, as there is a third face that would round the corner, as you would see a older-looking drow enters the scene.
Yeah, she'll definitely peek out when she hears the third set of footsteps.
Mm-hmm. What the? Hold on, I just lost my ability to seek. There we go. As he would look over, and you can tell that he is speaking Elvish, as he calls out to these two, as he says, "Hey, need to borrow a small pike-like tool, a pick, anything like that?" You would see that the two others would turn, and they just kind of give a... One of them gives a shrug, the other begins to rummage through his things. He says, "My tools aren't sharp enough to break open the carapace. Hate to borrow it, but shit's gotta get done." And the assassin would produce this, almost looks like something of a cross between a scalpel and a lockpick, as he would haphazardly almost throw it at the drow as he catches it with one hand in the air and would go back inside. As now that you're listening and craning your ear, Dagny, you hear there is some form of tinkering going on inside of there. Like the quiet clicking of metal.
I have a question, B-Man. Pretty much everything on the inside of the suit is gone as well. The tools I had on the interior?
They cleaned you out.
Yeah, so just the suit. I have a question, because the Thunder Gauntlets are running off the suit's power. Does the suit have power, or is that off as well?
It seems to have been tampered with. It has power. You can still move without any technical limitations. Although the Thunder Gauntlets, those are, of course, removed. At least most of the components, because those are somewhat housed on the suit. Looks like they were ripped off.
Gotcha.
Okay. Alright, Dagny is going to quietly shift over to these broken chains, and she's going to try and find a loose piece that is sharp enough for her to... That's small enough for her to hide, but sharp enough for her to do some damage.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still playing dead unconscious, but seeing this guy through my vision, I wanted to study him for what he has on him in terms of weaponry or tools.
Okay. Roll investigation, because these guys have a certain assortment to them that they are designed to hide what they have. The most you can see is a small little pouch upon one of their legs that you know from your encounter houses a hand crossbow that you know the one that afflicted you was poisoned. And imagine this guy must have much of the same thing. There's some pouches that are along his belt and his chest that would suggest that there's an arrangement of tools there. The exact contents are unknown. You imagine something useful to a thief or assassin would be within them. And more than that, you can't really discern too much. They're very kept to themselves. Very concealed.
Yeah.
As for Dagny, you are able to get a larger piece of one of these shackles off. It's not sharp to a point, but you could use the edge point to definitely do some damage. It's an improvised weapon, but it's better than nothing, and you would get that piece.
Okay, she's gonna try and just kind of... Like, what is she wearing right now? Is she still wearing her robes?
Yes.
Okay, she's gonna try and slip it behind her into her belt and kind of hide it away in there if she can.
Easily
Like,
done.
Yeah.
Get the manacle piece.
Okay.
I don't suppose there's a decent-sized rock near where I'm playing dead, is there?
There's a couple of loose stones that are tucked away in the crevice corners of this dwelling. Nothing that would be big enough, like around the size of like an actual hand rock to use as a weapon. Obviously, they seem to have swept this place or anything like that. The most you have in your cell is, at most, maybe 2 fistfuls of small rocks, almost like gravel.
That's largely useless.
Okay. She's gonna try and stick to this wall, so she can get a good look at those two. Are they even paying attention to people in the cells?
The moment that you move into view, you would see that this one, who actually had his back to you, his head would turn very quickly over his shoulder and would glare at you, as they definitely know you're awake. But after a few passing moments, his attention turns back towards the other one. He seems to have a split attention between the assassin and you, as they're continuing to speak in Thieves' Cant.
Where's Portia?
Your question is promptly ignored. It's almost as if they didn't even hear you, so they act.
I'm gonna see if there's like a large rock around here that's big enough for me to hold.
Within your cell, nothing that could be used as a weapon. There's just small rocks here and there, about 1 fistful's worth of small rocks. Looks like
yeah,
they
I'm
were
gonna grab
careful.
I'm gonna grab a fistful of the little pebbles, and I'm just gonna start chucking it at this guy.
You would do so.
I'll throw it in like intervals of like 5 seconds, like toss, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, toss.
Okay. You would get to maybe your 5th or 6th rock, and you would chuck it. It would arc midair, and this guy would snap towards you with a raised hand as a magical incantation is cast at that tiny little rock you just threw, as you see a ray of frost meet the tiny pebble, and it would shatter as there's a burst of cold that would reduce that pebble to nothing, as he's now looking at you with another one prepped.
I just stare at him. Where's Portia?
He would give you the cold shoulder and would disregard you, no pun intended.
I'll keep asking you till I get an answer. Trust me, I can be quite annoying.
Sorry, but
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
looking at the cell door, I'm assuming it's iron wrought bars.
Yep.
What's the locking mechanism like?
You can see there is a lock over toward the far side. You imagine that this would be unlocked with a key, to which this would retract into the wall on a set of tracks.
Okay. But yeah, honestly, nothing to do, still playing dead.
Okay. Some additional time would pass, another good 20 minutes, when you, Dagny, would once again, after being persistent in getting nothing from these two, you would hear footsteps once again, as you would see that Drow is coming out once again, as he has something in his arms as he brings it out.
You bastard! What the f did you do to Seeker?
He cocks an eyebrow looking over towards you, and he just gives a shit-eating smile as he looks on at you behind the bars. Have nice dreams, I hope.
I will start talking to him in Elvish at this point. You don't know anything about my dreams. Who are you? Where are we? I know we're underground. Where the fuck is Portia?
he gives a dismissing hand to your fiery words as he talks once again to the other two in Elvish. Well, cracked it open, got some notes. I'm gonna take it off with their stuff. If anybody asks, I'm on lunch.
I'm gonna attempt to do a mind sliver at him.
You would attempt a mind sliver as you would feel a sudden spring to life within that collar of yours, as there would be a spiking pain stretching from your neck to your central part of your body, as this pain shoots up into your head and along your vital organs, as you are completely unable to stop this from doing its magic. Just make a Arcana roll.
15.
From the response of this, you are unable to cast.
Is this pain similar to pain she felt in her childhood?
No. This is definitely some sort of anti-magic sort of contraption. It's not something...
Is it lesser, equal to, or greater than pain that she's felt?
Around the same.
Yeah, I think for her, she just gives a little...
And the drow would look over as you can see he got a modicum of amusement from that, as he would go over towards this door, would open it, walks through, and he's out of there.
I'm not gonna be in here for long. The Inquisition's gonna come looking for me eventually. Rin? Rin, are you here? Rin, please!
Ren, you would hear Dagny's voice coming from surprisingly close.
Rin, please. Let me know you're okay.
Goat?
1 sec. Fuck, yeah. I'll make the decision to call out. I'm here.
What's happening? What's going on?
We've been captured, as I'm sure you can tell.
Underground somewhere, I can tell that. There was some drow here who was messing with Seeker. I don't know what he did to it. And these bitches over here won't talk to me about anything.
Yeah, there would definitely be no response from any of them. They seem trained in their disposition.
They seem quite well mentally. But they have no idea the amount of annoyance of a little sister. And she's just going to start asking the guys nonsensical questions. She's just going to be an endless amount of noise for these guys.
Yeah, because playing dead is no longer an option. I'm getting up and moving towards the door. Is there any arcane or artificial traps or deterrents on the bars, or is it just plain iron?
We'll go off your previous investigation check, as you would survey the bars carefully, and they seem to be just a mundane set of bars.
I'll reach out and wrap a gauntlet around one of them. Any reaction or thing from that?
You can tell from under the hood of this one, he's definitely keeping a sharp eye on you, but there's no reaction per se.
From the bars or from him. Yeah. I'm releasing my grip on it, and I'm going to just stand here and watch the two of them while playing over ways how to murder them violently in my head while we await.
You love to hear it. As there would be a long while within this miserable hold, trapped within these cells as these two just keep to themselves, not so much as moving a step out of place.
Are they reacting to any of my questions at all?
None. It almost seems like
I think at that point she would start singing a song that goes in a never-ending loop. This is the song that never ends. She is singing that specifically.
You would see that these two are able to maintain their conversation and thieves can't almost simultaneously while your song is going. They're definitely not lowly thugs, just by everything that you've been prodding at them. You're able to surmise that the crime that they do is very organized.
If it's just at a low voice, she's now doing it at the top of her lungs.
Your voice would carry along the cavernous walls as it echoes all around.
Like, what's the acoustics like in this room right now?
Resonance.
Yeah, she will try and find the most resonant part of the chamber and stay in that spot and sing at the top of her lungs the song that never ends.
You would position yourself somewhere in the middle in a way where your voice is funneled out of the gates and it reverberates along all the walls. And Rin, this is definitely rattling in your head too, as Dagny is certainly doing, well, something.
Yeah, I'm tuning that out for the moment. I suppose just to fucking pass time and try and get a better read on our situation. Looking at the stone and earth around us, can I attempt to surmise based on the material and different signs and things like that, how deep we would be in Helios's crust, as it were?
Ah, very nice. Let me take a little look-see-poo here at that. Roll investigation once more.
Oh, wouldn't this be like nature or something?
I suppose depending on how you want to look at it, I guess you could do nature. It's kind of a stretch.
Both.
It's your call based on how you want to go about it.
Yeah, I mostly want to use nature because I haven't fucking used it ever.
That's fair. Yeah, we rarely use it. I mean, investigation is more so going on like book smarts. Nature is based on your knowledge of like just your street smarts almost, and what you do know in terms of your eldritch knowledge from a previous life.
Hey, 22.
You are deep within the earth. This is no mere top rocks. This is definitely some very sturdy rock that has been mined out by very capable hands that knew how to work the material. And yeah, you imagine you're several hundred feet below the surface at least.
To expand on that, because I imagine we're going to be here a while, going off Dagny's singing. But am I able to ascertain the age of the bars as well as this chamber that's been mined out?
Off your previous check, it's old. You would imagine that this is probably at least 70, 80 years old based on the condition of the bars. You don't imagine they go to a lot of efforts to keep this well kept. So it's certainly been here for a while. You imagine not long after the conception of Highshire.
Right. I have a question. Are my tanks on my back, or have those been stricken away too?
They are there. Because you imagine you can definitely feel it's been tampered with, but they ultimately left it there. So you have your tanks.
Worst case scenario, I can unlatch one of them and use that as the blunt instrument.
You suppose so.
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, the two of you would bide your time as the slow descent into madness continues. We're gonna cut away.
Ah, man.
As we go back to the Elmons. 1 second. It would be Vishanti who awakens first. As yeah. Whether or not you're an early riser, you're definitely going to be getting up a little bit earlier, as there's still a semblance of adrenaline after that little encounter from last night, as you would rise and shine.
As he gets up to the door and puts his hand to push it, stops himself, then slowly slides his hand down to the handle and pulls it open.
He learned.
Learning the deep, intricate knowledge of the machinations of the door and applying what you have discovered, the door would open. And you would see slumped against the wall is Garrock, fast asleep. And to his left is Tyreel, in a similar slump position. To his right is Aelmon, who is curled up on the ground. Your milk, as you've decided to call it, is underneath that blanket still. Although it doesn't seem to be producing any energy anymore. It is now inert, so it would seem. And it seems to be no longer an active threat.
I'm going to go up to Garrock and with a claw poke between his eyebrows.
You poke a mask?
Yeah, the eyebrows of his masks. Tink, tink, tink,
yes.
tink, tink.
There'd be a tink as Garrock. There is a particular sluggishness to your body, but you are once again in full control as there is a tapping on your mask.
You can see him open his eyes, just look up. Oh. There are tabaxis in heaven. Am I alive? Am I dead? I don't feel dead. It feels too terrible. Vishanti, did you die too?
Well, this one wants you to explain the fuck.
He looks around a bit, gets a bit of a bearing on where he even is. Because the last thing he remembers was a night out, lots of food, and then something the equivalent of a flashbang happened, and he's walking up here, so... He's taken a moment to collect himself, quite obviously.
He's just still there. Just patiently hovering over you.
He notices the other two there and is like, okay. But we explain this over some breakfast. And before we do, at least take these two up to their beds, because down here is not exactly a good place to rest. That good to
Well,
you?
you gave us all a very, very scary event last night.
Well, if it's any
Why did you
consolation.
summon the globy spinny wheel thing?
Oh, the core. What do you mean? What? Where? What the fuck? Well, let's see if I can. And he tries to snap it away.
There would be a as there's a updraft from beneath the blanket as the little lump that the cartography core was creating is slowly sinking down as the blanket is now flat against the ground. It is successfully dispelled and stored.
So, that's one problem solved. I'm gonna take these two up to bed, and then we can talk about it. And like one at a time, I'll pick up. Well, I'll pick up both the Hensons basically, and just take them up to their bedroom.
You would begin to wake them up. It's still early morning, and you can see just from the dwindling of light that comes through the windows that there is the beginning of daylight.
Yeah, like I'll even like just try not to wake them up. I'll just like pick one of them up and just take them up to bed, and then do the same with the other one, so they can just be together in bed for however longer they want to be.
You would rouse them and wake them up a little bit as Aelmon just has this like limp hand that he's waving around in the air. I just want to sit a little bit longer. It was very nice. Nice cold stone. Good for the bones.
There's a nice warm bed with your name on it upstairs.
Oh, bed. Oh, as he's starting to come to. And for all parties concerned, very abruptly, you would hear a there's a crash that comes from upstairs.
You good up there?
Oh, no. Oh, shit. I'm gonna rush out to the front door because I think I know what's going on up there.
I'll follow suit.
You would both quickly get up the ladder as you can hear there are several sets of heavy metal footfalls that are going through the first floor of the house.
Oh no.
Oh.
Hello? What?
There is definitely a commotion as you hear some yelling and a vaguely familiar voice as it looks like there is a series of ironclad figures on the first floor that are clearing rooms.
The fuck?
Do they look like High Shire guards?
You would take a peek, and before you can even do, you would see there are two figures that quickly rush into the room that contains the ladder down as two Shire Guard elites would rush in, identify you as they would yell over their shoulders as they do not let you out of their sight, and they are beckoning someone over. As you would see, there is another figure that comes to greet you with a bellowing red streak.
Oh no.
As Akoda once again pays you a visit in the morning. And you can see there's a deadly seriousness in her eyes as she's looking down at you. Perhaps there's some panic behind the expression, but she's too good to obfuscate her. She's an inquisitor. You'd never know. And
do we need it already? I thought we got a few days off.
Where are they?
Where are who?
Who?
talking about Ailmon?
She has a kind of a carrying bag with her, like a very large sack of sorts that has an inquisitorial seal, very ornate with a bunch of compartments. As she would reach in and produces this garish-looking longsword and would present it to you, as you see skewered within the blade is a small piece of a contraption that looks extremely familiar. Metal that would match Rin's suit. Tied further along to the blade, you can see there is a golden lock of hair that
Those
is
bitches cut my hair!
yeah.
Ah!
Tied to the
I'm gonna
blade.
kill somebody. I'm gonna kill somebody.
As both of you would get a read on that and would immediately understand the situation. Where did they go?
Are you talking about Ren and Dagny, I'm assuming, judging by that sword?
Assuming they have any others with them.
We separated this one and its party. Separated when we left. What tavern was it called?
The Singing Rings. That was where we last saw them. We
We
split off
went
for the
left
night.
to go here, and they went right down the alley.
Yeah, they were only supposed
And
to
that's
go
where we
half an
last saw
hour
them.
away to another tavern because that one was full. Why? What's going on?
Damn it. Send the garrison over to the Singing Ring and search every last inch of those streets. I want them found!
Are they being held hostage?
We
What's
don't
going
know.
on, Inquisitor?
They just sent the sword and the hair as a what? A message?
Supposedly. Come with us.
Your men won't get there in time.
So
Let me
you
go
think.
scout ahead. Let me rush over. I can get there in a quarter, maybe less.
Go.
Do you have a device I can contact you with?
Not on me, no.
Do you have a way to track me?
I do.
I have a way to
Just
track
go.
you as well.
Okay. As he walks out the front door,
Could I
then gets into a sprinting position, and then you hear a boom as the dirt kicked up from his feet as he just charges forward. Full speed. With a full belly back at the night, he has all the calories he needs.
Roll athletics as you are zooming on.
Zoom in! Zoom in! Zoom
I
in!
too love Sonic the Tabaxi.
Ooh, I need to learn athletics, because...
Takes you a little bit to warm up the muscles. You didn't get to stretch beforehand, but you
Yeah.
are speed. And you are heading dead shot towards the Singing Ring. You know the way.
But, so, let me get this straight. Those two are missing since last night. How is this? They've not been missing for even half a day. How is this a concern already? What's going on?
This sword was found outside of the Pillar of Commandments. This was a message. And we know, based on the sword's origin, that this is the work of an organization likely coming from underground. This implies that they have Rin and Dagny in their keep to an unknown agenda. Do you understand where this is going?
What? That they saw what happened yesterday and now they're gonna use this as some political thing? Leverage?
Political leverage, message, ransom. I'm not really sure of the circumstances, but I intend to find out the truth. You know them better than most, and I need your help.
Well, I'm more than happy to offer it, but I only know, well, what most people know of Highshire. I don't know anything of where they've probably been taken.
All right.
I will turn back to Henson 1 and Henson 2. You two wouldn't happen to know anyone from the seedier parts of this city, would you?
Oh, yeah, me, yes. As a matter of fact.
Shoot.
Oh, what was his name? Oh, yes! The little rat-tailed one. He had these really little, scales. He was probably about the size of a child, and he would often come in because he would like the potions that are more so recreational, the ones that kind of give you a little bit of a bubble under your skin. See, I put a potion, he would get cut off as a Kodo thunders over him. Out with it! I can retrieve the papers. We have done some trade with them. His name was Teeny Spark. Teeny Spark Thermojet, I think, something like that. It's weird. I can find out. And Akoda's like, all right, come on, and like helping him up the stairs, and they're going to retrieve the paper trail.
Yeah, I'll just kind of loom around basically and see what comes up.
All right. And it would take a couple of minutes to go through as they get a general location for this contact. And it looks like there's a kobold who frequents the shop for the recreational potions as mentioned. And Akoda, using a scroll that she produces from her bag that seems to be very heavily latent with magic. You can see there is an arrangement of symbols and text on there that changes almost on demand. Almost a bit too quickly for you to quite get a grasp on. An inquisitorial tool for sure. She cross-references some information of her own, you think.
What was the kobold's name again?
His name was Teeny Spark Thermojet.
What a name.
What a name. As it looks like they are arranging a lead of sorts and getting a trajectory set in motion before Akoda would look over towards the Hensons with a very brief demonstration of gratitude. It is appreciated. We'll work with what we can. We're grasping at straws. Garok, you have any other leads on a trajectory?
The only thing I could imagine is that, given how heavy Rin's suit is that they would have had to have either a lot of people to move him and leave a trail, or some sort of cart to hide away. Would be my only guess at the moment until we actually get to the scene where it happened. I could try one other thing, but I don't know if it'll work.
What did you have in mind?
Let me see if the spell actually does what I think it does before I cast it. Right, there has to be a location, so I don't think that counts. Yeah, guess that would work. Yeah, so let's try one of the spells I have prepared and see what happens. Dagny, Rin,
Yes?
heads or tails? Which one of you wants to be which?
Tails.
Alrighty then. Whoop. Ooh, it is tails. Fantastic.
Yes.
So, Dagny will be the focus of the spell. And I will cast Sending.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice. All right. You would cast out Sending. And as for Dagny, you are going about your tunes, almost to the point that you're beginning to strain your voice. You've been doing this for at least an hour, you think? And suddenly there would be this crackle in your head as there would be something of a magical ping that is grazing your mind. You think that the necklace is causing some brief interference, but it seems to be more focused on preventing magic from coming out of you rather than magic going into you. And Garrock, your connection is established.
Great. Alright then. Let me count my words. Right. Dagny. It's Garrock. We are looking for you. Where are you? Tell me all you can.
Yeah.
Is Rin with you?
Okay, she definitely, like, the minute she hears Garrock's voice in her head, like, the singing immediately stops, and she's like, she'll go into a low voice, whispering and say, "We've been captured. Rin is in a separate area, but near me. We're underground somewhere. Please hurry. They're not telling us anything."
Alright then. Yeah, I'll repeat that message to prying ears, I suppose.
All right. You would
And,
recite that.
Yeah, if Inquisitor has anything to add to that, that's what she gets.
Hmm.
Well, they're underground.
Okoda
Rin
would
is with
squint
them.
her eyes and has an unreadable expression as it seems like she's able to turn off outwards expressions on a dime. Like if she chooses to not emote, she will go blank faced, and that's exactly what she's doing here. She is completely unreadable as she searches her own thoughts. There are two enemies of Rin's. I'm unsure of Dagny. Rin had been stalked by a known human trafficker for a time, Portia Palethorpe.
Mm-hmm.
As for a secondary objective, she has a connection to a known crime syndicate, which I imagine there's many, nothing we can prove. They may be involved as well. I doubt the Venerator would do something like this. It seems out of character for her, despite her accusations. She's in the control of the Chosen. She's a lapdog of them, not a criminal. We'll send a division of the elite, and perhaps a few Inquisitors accompanying them to look into this teeny spark fellow. As for you and me, Garrock, let's see if we can find a trail.
Alright then. I'll lead the way. And before we leave, I will turn to Aelmon and just say, well, I wish I could stay longer, but just kind of gestures.
And both the Hensons give acknowledging nods to you. Go on now, go be a hero.
Alright.
Save the damsel in distress.
She'd hate it if she heard you called her that, but it is true. I'll be back hopefully later.
And they would give you a wave goodbye. And off you go. As into the morning. As you can see, there's at least 20 or 30 elites. And there's actually 3 other Inquisitors that are there along with you that seem to be calling the shots for who's going where. The Inquisition's in full movement at the moment, as it looks like they are sending off divisions to follow the various leads that you have as you get into this inquisitorial carts with these very pristine looking, well-kept horses that upon command they gallop into motion, and you can feel the power within them. These are very fast and strong animals.
There is just one thought that briefly goes through Garrick's head between the seriousness of the situation, and it's just, so this is what it feels like to be an Inquisitor.
Yeah, it's a padded cart. It has like this red velvet. You can see that there's a lot of accoutrements that are accompanying the inside, as there's various tools, even some refreshments. There's some little rations that are tucked away that looks like they're free for grabs.
Before hopping on the car, I am going to have the Proto Shield Guardian follow.
It would stomp behind as it goes to its jogging position, trying to keep up. Seems to be struggling a little bit more than the leisurely cart ride, but it's doing what it can.
Yeah, it'll catch up eventually.
Mm-hmm. And towards the city you would go. That brings us to a little special someone who's still in a cave. Cobweb, you would awaken from your tucked away slumber within the confines of the caveways, and like instinct, you would quickly pat yourself to make sure that everything is still there, and hey, everything's still there.
Oh god. Oh, thank god I still have my kidneys. Alright. He's going to spend some time putting his armor back on, packing up all of his stuff, you know. And he's going to make his way back to the rendezvous point.
The rendezvous point, which
Yeah.
is the Inquisition area, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So you pack your things and get ready to go. Roll perception as you're making your way through the caveways.
Hey,
Nice.
not bad.
You'd give yourself a stretch, get everything tucked away, and you would give the immediate area as you poke your head out of your crevice to make sure that there's no signs of danger. And you can see that the figures that were around this area last night seem to have departed with their fire sputtered out, long reduced to simmering coals. Kind of weird, though. You know coals are a glowing red, but there seems to be little decaying flashes of blue from underneath those coals. A bit on the weird side. Not really sure what that's all about. It strikes you as unusual. There doesn't really seem to be anyone else around, and the way is clear to go.
Is there a good sized stick around? Just something
There's-
about, like, 3 or 4 feet long.
There would be some refuse within the area, some makeshift tents and hovels. And yeah, you can find there's a little pole that's splintered about 3.5 feet along.
Alrighty. Well, he's going to point the broken end at the fire, and he's going to give it a good stern poke. Just to test it out.
You would approach the fire with your stick and would give it a poke. And there's a little bit of a blue flutter, as there's definitely some residual glowing thing that is beneath the coals.
Okay. Arcana?
Roll Arcana.
Nope.
Oh, come on!
Nope.
Oof.
He's just gonna kick it. He doesn't think it's really important. Just
You
kick
would-
through the coals. Why not?
You kick through the coals,
Yeah.
and it would uncover an arcane sigil beneath the coals. Look at that. It looks like that they created this sigil and then moved a fire on top of it in an attempt to cover their tracks. Very intuitive of them. But not beyond the escape of your eyes. There's still arcane smolders producing the blue glow. But through your attempt to discern what this is, you really are kind of puzzled. It's certainly a new one, and this definitely fits the description for what the Inquisition was hoping you would investigate.
Hmm. And it didn't react when I stepped on it, right?
There would be a little bit of a sputtering, but nothing that you can make sense of.
Okay. Is there any soot and maybe a good flat board, perhaps?
There's
I'm
plenty of soot within the coals of the fire, and like I said, there is some refuse in the nearby area, so you can get some equivalents
Yeah.
of like a board.
He's just going to jot down the rune, and put the little plank in his backpack, for later. Other than that, these were the kobolds, right?
These were not the kobolds. These were full-sized figures, about 5-6 feet tall.
No distinguishing features.
Well, you rolled a 1 when you tried to discern
Oh,
for danger,
yeah.
so they are no more than robed figures.
Alrighty. He's just gonna put that on the back burner, and make his way to the inquisitorial place.
Okay.
Yeah.
You would set out, and going off of your previous perception check, it would be a couple of minutes. You would proceed down the path, and you would see, or rather hear, that there is a series of 5, maybe 6 figures approaching from the direction you intend to go. Based on the
he's going to pull his hood up just... Oh, sorry. He's going to pull his hood up, just in case, you know.
Mhm.
Just so cast a little bit of shadow on his face.
Okay. You cast shadows upon your face and draw your hood and slink around to the side. I assume you're just going to try to walk past them?
Yeah, pretty much. Just as nonchalantly as possible, pretty much. Hiding
Okay.
in plain sight and whatnot.
I just imagine he does like the Kronk against a wall thing.
You would keep to yourself, and you would see these 5 individuals that are around the size of your average human pass you by, as they are silent and not speaking a word, as they themselves have their cloaks. Alas, with your good perception, you're able to get a good look at the first couple that are at the forefront of the group.
More drow.
Ooh.
They definitely seem to be of the arcane persuasion, and they're making their way in the direction from whence you came. With purpose, mind you.
Okay. Just because Cobweb doesn't... There aren't too many drow back in his neck of the woods, he's just a little bit more suspicious. And just the fact that they're heading towards where the rune was, yeah, he's going to try to tail him, but about as far off as he can get without actually losing sight of them.
Okay. You would hang back a good minute or so until their footfalls are just within earshot, and you would slink around and begin to tail them. And you would follow them for the few minutes along the path that you would tread. And you would see that there is a congregation as you re-enter the area from which you slept. Convenient enough, around that sigil that was concealed beneath the dying fire. As, sure enough, those 5 figures are now surrounding it. And you can see that there is a bit of discussion between them as several of them are giving wide panning sweeps as they survey the area, as they're fanning out a little bit. Roll stealth.
Stop.
Okay. One moment. Let's see how we do.
Cobweb also joins everyone in the cells.
Really, they've rolled like shit. Are you kidding me?
Ooh, love to hear that.
They would give a brief sweep of the area, but one of them would ultimately call them back up to the sigil short as they give up on whatever sweep they were doing and they go back up towards the sigil. One of them is inspecting it, looking at the kicked coals, and another few are seemingly having a debate with one another. Do you speak Elvish?
I do not.
You wouldn't be able to discern what they're saying, but you know the language that they're speaking, at least it is, in fact, Elvish. And a good couple of minutes would pass as you can see there is some lack of consensus among them onto the actions to take. And ultimately, they take a look around and decide not to use whatever sigil's power is here, as they would gather their things. You would see one of them kind of give a forceful magical incantation into the rune as it is summarily destroyed, as they gather themselves and continue off in a direction, in a different direction from where you were. And off
they're
they
all
go.
moving in the same direction, right?
Yes, as
All
a
of
group.
them? Okay. Alrighty. Now, I'm not very sneaky, but I would like to try to get one of them alone for a little bit of interrogation. I would like to tail them. He's just sort of, basically whenever they turn a corner, he's right there at that corner, you know.
Are you?
Just
All
so
right.
he's never in line of sight.
Okay, so you're continuing to follow them.
Yes.
Okay. Roll stealth.
Gotcha.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneak. Yeah,
There we go.
Hey, not bad.
All right. Uno momento. Okay. So you're specifically trying to see if you can get one of them alone?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You would tail them successfully as you would follow them for a good 20 minutes as they seem to have taken a major detour. And you follow them through winding patterns of caverns. They pass the occasional person that is to themselves. Everyone is very concealed and to themselves in the caveways, as you're very familiar with, as you're heading off in a westbound direction. These guys are very good at keeping each other covered. They're organized, that's without a doubt. As throughout the entire point in this trek, at no point is one separated from the group, which much to your dismay. As over the course of around 20 minutes, they would arrive at a certain dwarven area. It looks like a long abandoned temple. And you would make sure that all of them move in. And you'd peek your head to see what they're doing within. About a 50-foot by 50-foot area that is poorly lit. Some sconces on the walls, as there are two figures that are to the far side of the temple, and they seem to be on approach. And you would see through the dancing of the flames what these two figures look like. You would recognize these as hobgoblins.
Shit.
I mean, I was
Any
joking.
any identifying iconography, like a badge or, just anything that could give away their allegiance, maybe, that I would recognize.
You would take a look through what you can. Roll perception. One more time.
Gotcha.
You're right, well, I was joking about cults, but apparently I might be on something.
Oh, come on, that was close.
Yeah, that's still pretty good.
You can see they're very devoid of any sort of markings. A bit unusual. Usually there's some sort of distinction and representation, but these guys they don't really have much. In fact, it seems like a lot of their attire is designed for concealment. You would see there's some speaking going on. This time it looks like the 5 figures are speaking Goblin to these figures. Do you speak Goblin?
Wow,
Please
this
tell
is
me
so
you do.
crazy. I actually don't. No, I do.
I swear to
Well, what a
God.
coincidence.
Is this a bad time to say that I? Yeah, no.
I never grew up around goblins.
That's
God. Yeah, I have to make sure, of course. As you would hear the gruff voices from the 5 you've been tailing as they speak to these 2 newcomers. Usual one's no good. Someone was there. We're not taking the risk. Need I remind you that the public areas were a bad idea as evident? Are there any more bad ideas you wish to bring up? As the hobgoblin replies, fuck off. I can make another one right here. It could be in and out. It's in our best interests not to keep our benefactor waiting. Unless if you want to take that chance. There's some silence among the 5. And they, upon a silent agreement, would begin to etch into the ground what appears to be a new sigil. However, 2 of, given your good roll, the 5 seem to have split off from the group, slinking into the shadows, and they are scanning the area. We will go off your current stealth check. Let's see what they can find. You would hear, you try to keep track of them, peeking that corner, but staying as far away and as shrouded as you can. And you're keeping track of one, you lose them. The other one pops up. You're hopping in for a little while. Both of them are there at the same time. You got eyes on both, then both are gone. They move through the shadows quite effectively.
I'm going to operate under the assumption that they have spotted me. I'm going to move a little bit further away, if I can, far enough away that if we do end up fighting, I will not alert anyone who can reinforce them.
Okay. You relocate.
Or attempt to, at least.
And you keep yourself hidden away. And you don't even hear these footsteps approach. You just suddenly hear 2 footsteps that are right by, maybe 3 or 4 feet away from where you were just hiding, as there is one of those drow that are giving a wide scan of the area. They aren't doing anything in particular, but had you not moved, that would have been bad, as they would hang there for just a moment, and then they turn back and head back towards the others.
As they do that, could I? It doesn't look like I was spotted.
Not that you can discern, no.
Okay, I would like to move further back. Is there anything metal that I could sort of make a big ruckus with?
There's some stone that would do the job. Loose rocks.
Got you. I'm going to. Here's what I'll do. I will take a rock in my hand, right?
Mhm. Yep.
And I'm going to chuck it with all of my might from as far as I can, and attempt to hit one of them.
I will say, before you do this, that the almost shadowed movements where you can't seem to follow their footfalls, that ends as there is some very clear and normal walking of the one that was just sniffing out the spot you were in, as they are going back to join the others. It looks like their little shadow dance has ended. So you are aware of that. So if you still want to do this, you can, but it looks like they, from what you can surmise, are not alerted to your presence and are headed back to the others in congregation by that sigil.
Yeah, fair enough. I wanted to get one of them alone though.
Just watch them.
Yeah, okay.
Attack them all at once. You can do it.
All at once. Yeah.
All at once,
It-
obviously.
Big guts. Big guts. Anyway.
Genocide.
Yeah. I'm just going to play the fly on the wall. See if I can't hear anything interesting.
You continue, and would pry, as it looks like whatever they were doing finishes. And you would see that there's a bright blue flash as that sigil comes to life, and there's an echo through the caverns with a roar as a small tear in the air appears above the sigil. And the two hobgoblins immediately step through, not really caring about the others. The other five hang back for just a second and mutter something amongst themselves. One looks over their shoulder one more time, and all five step through. The fissure in the air, it seems to be some sort of conjurational portal, remains in the air. As you can see, the edges of it are very slowly starting to close back up.
Run.
You appear to be alone.
Run.
There appears to be a rat that's whispering words to you.
It's a fucking way beastie, kill it!
Mood, are you there?
I'm trying not to.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Yeah, my bad.
Go show his own.
Okay. Did the hobgoblins go inside?
They did.
They all
did?
just step through. Yeah, in
Oh,
a sequential
okay.
order.
Yeah. I'm going to. I'm going to try to time it out to where it gets small enough for me to get through, but making sure that I'm moving as carefully as possible so as not to be spotted.
Okay. You're trying to make sure there's nobody still here in the room.
Yeah, pretty
and
much.
getting to that tear. Okay. Roll one more stealth check.
Oh boy.
Come on, baby. Oh my gosh.
Wait. Inspiration.
yeah, that's a smart decision there, champ.
I remember.
I could do it. I could
remember
do it.
a few sessions back, people getting on my ass for fucking roll using inspiration after seeing the first roll, but everyone else fucking does it.
Absolute bro moment.
I honestly like my current conclusion on inspiration is if you fuck up a roll, you can use your inspiration. You know, like if you're like a what is it, divination wizard, that's a different thing. But inspirations, I like to be generous
portent's
with.
different.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying whoever fucking called me out last time's a hypocrite.
You would slink to the shadows, trying to make your way, and you kick up a bunch of loose stone because you're trying to be quick about this because that portal's closing. And you would... Let me just do this real quick.
My man's a tumbling.
Let's see how we go. What's your AC?
16.
Uh-oh.
There would be an arrow that would come shooting through the darkness and would plunk right into that gravel you kept up. As you would see, there is movement from within the shadows. Someone was watching. As you would see, there is a figure that is already knocking another arrow The portal is still closing, and they intend to try and kill you. What are you
Don't be
doing?
knife ears, they're everywhere.
Come on,
See,
Cobweb,
the
come
thing
on,
is-
baby.
See, the thing is, as long as I have someone to interrogate, this will have not been a lost cause. Because this person, whether or not I get to the portal, this person probably knows something. That's why they're trying to kill me. So the question
It's
is,
your call.
Gotta make it quick.
Come on, Cobweb.
And by the way, this is only the person you can see. This temple is shrouded
yeah,
with
I'm
shadow.
going to hop through. I think I'm going to hop through.
Athletics roll.
Oh
Come
boy.
on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on.
Lost Amazon,
Let's go.
more like backseat
Hi-ya.
Amazon.
Ah!
Oh god.
You are pitter-pattering as far as your goblin legs can carry you. Not before 2 more arrows are coming your way.
Fuck.
Remind me your AC?
16.
Both hit.
Ah!
This is not a good start to the day for Cobweb.
The first one would hit you in the shoulder for 9 piercing damage. The second one hits your back for 5.
Alrighty. So how much in total?
That's 14.
14.
14? Gotcha.
And you would arrive at the mouth of the portal, which is now but maybe a third of the width it once was, as that sigil is winding down, and given your small stature, you should be able to slip through.
Gotcha. I fucking boom, nosedive through.
Through the portal you go. And arriving at the other side you would.
Stealth mission's about to turn loud. Holy shit.
Got +1 to stealth, guys. Go easy on me.
No, you're good. You're good, bud.
The
No,
cunning
you-
of goblin
you-
ass
right.
cheeks keeps alerting the elves.
Oh lord.
I'm very glad we have the stealthiest characters doing the stealthiest things. It's great.
You would tumble through and would land hard on stone. As there is a figure that you bump into as you land. Give me one moment here.
Uh-oh.
And his name is John Cena.
Oh no. Wait, how could I see him then? It's impossible.
Out of the frying pan and into an even bigger, deadlier frying pan.
And you, tumble on the ground, would knock into a half-orc who seems to have been in conversation with 2 more, as they seem to just be chatting themselves up as you would land unceremoniously, and one would turn over his shoulder, and there's just this really confused and slightly irritated expression as this orc looks down at you and would utter a single word.
How many?
There's 3 of them. And
Okay,
you
3 of
realize
them?
you're in a very open space and you can hear voices all around you, yes.
Oh shit.
As, yeah, you would look up at them as this guy towers over you. Problem?
Immediately, can I spot the 3 that, or rather the collection of drow that I was tailing?
Another perception roll.
Gotcha.
Let's go.
You would spot
Hey, not bad.
among some sparse crowds. You would immediately recognize this as Undershire. You've been here before. This seems to be the underground central hub, and you're at a very specific wing that's tucked away in the more populated areas. You haven't really been to this specific area, but you recognize the architecture from the dwarves. And you miraculously among this, because this place is never really crowded per se, like it was built to be, you would spot the figures you were tailing are about 60 feet away that are heading down to an offshoot in this more public area, as it seems like this portal was made somewhat in a public space. And yeah, though that orc is standing over you as he said, problem. And his 2 buddies are staring at you a bit confused as you bumped into him.
Knowing what he knows about quote unquote culture down here, he is not going to back down because they are going to what is it? If he does back down, they're only going to bully him harder. So he's going to puff out his little goblin chest. He's going to look up and he says, "I don't know. I don't know. Is there?"
Roll intimidation.
Come on, buddy.
It's gonna be another comedy one.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's your cold stare that you give this guy that you have honed over your time doing this, and you see him shrink his shoulders a little bit as he doesn't break that stare, as there is a bit of tension between your eyes, as he doesn't say anything in response, but just gives a very slow and shallow nod before slowly turning back over to his boys, and they continue on their discussion in Orcish. Good job.
You guys might not know this, but that was a handshake down here. Anyway, so I did not spot the drow.
You did.
No, you did.
Oh,
you
I
have a
did?
direction. Yeah.
Alrighty. I'm going to with my hands in my little pockets. I'm going to keep tailing because the ones who spotted me, they were on the other side of the portal. Yes.
Yeah.
And we're like leagues away right now, or at least in a different part of the underground.
You're definitely in a different part of the underground for sure.
Hell yeah. All right.
Yeah, based on everything you've gathered so far, you imagine that these guys are getting to and fro using these sigils, and they're barricading parts of Highshire for one reason or another. For those who don't know how to get to and fro using this technique, it's definitely a control method of some kind, you think. This is very interesting. It's definitely a recent development.
Alrighty. I will continue with the virtuous mission.
You gotta be careful, Cobweb, or else you run into Sans Undertale.
As you continue onwards, tailing them. And I need 60 seconds to take a pee break, so give me a moment to do so. You may, I guess, RP amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm gonna love
I'm
when
just gonna
this
grab
happens.
some water.
I'm just gonna love
Amazon,
when this
hold
happens,
up.
I'm still here. I'm just grabbing some water.
You and your metagaming.
I'm trying.
Yeah,
Background Amazon.
Come.
Not trying to influence our decisions.
I'm trying not to. That's why.
You're not trying hard enough. You young whippersnapper.
Cobweb's not going to get to you faster doing that. Might not get to you at all. This might be entirely unrelated, actually. But that's beside the point.
I doubt it. I think what is it with the illegal rune usage plot beat? That's pretty. I think he's just sort of tying it together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it could. He could be throwing me for a loop. I don't know.
We don't know.
It turns out it's unrelated, but these drow are just interesting to follow. They were actually just out getting groceries. Assassin-y groceries.
Huh.
I'm back.
Heck.
All right. And as for Cobweb, you would continue maintaining your current unassuming form to trail these guys, as from a various offshoot from Undershire, you would wind into a nearby cavern, as they would slink down to lower and lower levels of Undershire. And they seem to be...
As I'm tailing them, could I pop a what is it called? Second wind?
Sure.
Yeah.
You pop a second wind. Bolstering yourself and knowing that there's definitely something that you are getting, a rabbit hole per se, that you are going further and further down, as you need to see what's happening with these guys. And you would trail them to...
He's sort of operating under the assumption that these are the guy that the Inquisitor was talking about, basically.
It would definitely match the description. You're definitely on some sort of trail.
Yeah.
Based on everything you've seen with the way that Undershire has changed and the way they operate, the barricades, and just the general shadiness of these guys, and not to mention how they're using sigils. There's just too many pieces of the puzzle to leave here, and you know that if you can just get a bit further, you really can maybe piece together some form of larger picture, and you would follow them to a lower level of Undershire. But they don't ever seem to depart into a different offshoot per se. They seem to just keep to the local areas. Seems like their destination is in the middle of the Undershire crowd. And further tail them you would. As we cut away to someone different. It is not nighttime anymore. Vishanti,
Yes.
you are making great haste. Going as fast as you can, ignoring all other factors to adhere to the mission that Inquisitor Akoda has put before you. And within less than an hour, you have cleared the countryside, have gotten through the inner kingdom walls. You do something of a wall jump to get through customs, as you be sure to puff out your chest that has that cartographer sigil on there to give you a free pass where you may be stepping on someone's toes, as you would re-enter the inner Highshire Kingdom, as you would head towards the area of the Singing Ring as denoted by the Inquisitor. It's still early morning, and there's the usual hustle and bustle of the crowd. And before long, you would arrive in the area, as you seem to have beaten anyone else there.
Perfect.
What are you doing?
So I know they went right.
Yes,
Is the door to the tavern, the Singing Tavern, open?
it is. They are
I will
open.
Quickly go inside. Also, I'm putting up my hood.
You put up your hood to obfuscate yourself and enter the tavern.
How filled is this place?
It's a lot more quiet than it was last night. Morning crowd gathering their breakfasts. There's one crazy guy in the corner that already has 3 beers in front of him.
I'm going to
Like
go
that
up to the bartender
Okay.
and ask, if I go right, what are the nearest taverns to sleep at?
Taverns.
Or inns, or hotels, any place I can get my bed's rest, if I go right, as he points to the door and then points right.
Well, if you're looking for a bed within an hour's time, there should be some open spots here. But if you are dead set on going in that direction, I believe Manta's Place would be the best bet. They are among the largest of inns around these parts. They have a nice reputation, very clean, very orderly, and would have more rooms than any other within the districts. That's your best bet. If you're looking for something a bit smaller that's a bit more cozy, there's Alma's Board and Breakfast. There is Andros's Place, but I don't know. He has this odor to him, and I'd never been to his place, but I just wouldn't go there.
Okay, thank you. As I am going to take that information, walk out, do with my hood on, and I will walk back in because I'm like, all right, I need directions to these places. I have no idea where these places are.
They're all in the same general area, and she would give you directions on, I believe I said you're heading eastbound.
If I
Get all those.
wanted to avoid the main road,
Well, the main roads should be fine, but
please, it's an emergency.
I understand. Well, If you bear south, there is a sling through a plaza that is ill-trodden by the general populace. If you reach an area that has an abundance of stocks, that would be there. It's typically there made to ridicule criminals.
Thank you.
No,
Then
it's
again,
good
walk
to do
back
it
out.
blindfolded.
Head down.
On the roof.
And you said I beat the crowd, right?
Definitely. You probably have a good 20-minute lead. You outran their horses in full gallop.
I'm going to quickly... go, essentially running, look into an alley, go into the alley, run back, and basically I'm combing every single street for either signs of blood, broken crates, or any damages to properties. Maybe fire marks, because I know Dagny can cast fire.
Yep.
Any signs of broken clothing. And I'm just
All
going
right.
to look around.
You take a look around. Roll investigation as you're plundering through the streets, looking for any signs of their disappearance.
Oof.
13, not bad.
It was almost a 19. You know.
Yep.
What you thinking there, bud?
I'm going to use an inspiration.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, get them all the way down. I like how the
is
inspirations
with
are
this
making
shit,
things
man?
worse.
God damn.
Potato rolls all around.
There's some great
I
inspirations.
think your inspirations are cursed.
Honestly, dude, yeah, I'd have to agree. Your inspirations are like ridiculous.
I do love cold disadvantage.
Oh.
God. All right. So, you would continue along and would follow the instructions of the innkeep as best as you can. And before long, you would, sure enough, find your way to a particular derivation off of the main road that seems to fit the description that was detailed. As you would see as you approach on this side street, there is an arrangement of stocks that are in a row, almost like a public display specifically set up to humiliate those who are locked within them.
Suspicious.
Roll for initiative.
As I keep going, do I see anyone that reminds me of the hooded figures at the museum? At the night.
Based off of what you can discern here, not really.
Mm.
But there's plenty of locals here that are seemingly keeping to themselves. It is a pretty quiet corner, given that this is the inner city. People seem to not have a lot of interest in here. There's some homes here that seem to be just little residencies or minor businesses, although none really seem to be active with people at the moment. There are just some casual people amongst themselves, giving the freedom to act as you see fit.
I would power walk. Oh, for fuck's sakes, give me... Let me move my token!
Here, I'm going to replace you just in case that fucked up. Try again.
No, that did not work.
Can you not control your own token?
I can't even click on it.
Do you have the select token box collected?
Yes, I do.
You're the owner?
Is there a way I can place my token?
No, I don't think so. You can at least see yourself, right? Right here?
Yeah, I can see myself.
Okay.
I'm right there.
Why don't you ping you where you want to go, and I'll move you.
Gotcha. I will. I'm studying people. I'm gonna go here first.
You would move in closer to the stocks. And you can see that these stocks are pretty much cleaned up. There's nothing much here. There seems to be some mess among these stocks here. Rotten fruits and a bit of a mess among them. Some fruit stands here. It paints a picture that it seems like those who are humiliated are done so in a pretty degrading manner, as the fruit stands that are placed here in the plaza really do seem to have a strategic placement of business. You can see there's one dude by a stand, and he seems to be cleaning up a few bins.
I'll go up to him.
You approach.
Hey there. This one is interested in some fruits.
Can do. Just give me a moment. I'm just tidying things up and cleaning up the mess.
He'll lean on an arm on the counter as he bends over and sees over, and in a husher tone he says, "But this one is looking for a unique type of fruit." As he puts down 2 silver. A fruit that you do not eat, but you hear.
He would stop and he looks on at the money first and then up to you. Really? What kind of fruit would this might be? Seems a bit exotic.
He then takes out a single gold coin and has it flip between his fingers. This one's fruits are very good. He owes these fruits a service and is now looking for them. Last night, they may have or may haven't been taken by the wrong type of people to be cooked with. Would this one know where rotten fruits would take fresh fruits and keep them? As he slowly puts down the gold and slides it forward with one claw.
Man, this episode of VeggieTales is getting intense.
Roll
Guys,
persuasion.
I'm not following the analogy anymore.
If I put down 2 gold, can I roll with advantage?
No.
Aw.
Just roll as is.
If I put down a silver, can I roll with disadvantage?
Hey.
Hey!
He would side eye the area nearby, and he kind of squints his face at you, and he just shakes a little. Boy, you speaking in tongues. I tell you what about all these fruits and veggies, though. He leans in a little bit closer. Something turned over my cabbages. I don't like it when people turn over my cabbages. See that? Look, no, come here, boy. Come to the side. Look at this. Look at that.
I'll go over to the side.
You would take a look at this little bin here, and you would see that the basket containing the cabbages, it did have a bit of a lid on it with a very loose lock, and you can see that it has been split open. There's scorch marks on the front of it. It's burnt, and it splintered the rest of the basket, and the cabbages are seemingly also scorched along with them, but none appear to have been taken, as it does equate to a full thing of cabbages. And he would continue. See, I'm gonna have to get rid of all these cabbages. No one likes their lettuce burnt. I reckon if you got some bad eggs. No, that's not a fruit. God damn it. I reckon if you got some loose produce,
that has to be taken out. Probably would have had something to do with my cabbages going bad and getting mysteriously charred. I don't really have any spicy lettuce around here, but yet look what happened. If I was you, I'd look around a little bit more. You might find something that comes your way.
You put another silver down and says, "This one's looking for a name for a new vegetable. What name would you give that vegetable?"
He leans in closer, and his eyes are darting from one side to the other. He definitely has some sort of semblance of, I need to be careful when I say this. And he has the white in his eyes as he comes closer to you. I was gonna name a bad cabbage. I would name it the Silent Echo.
You know what? You drive a hard bargain. He puts down 2 more silver. I'll take those cabbages.
He
Pretty
claws
cool.
the money quick and scoops it up, and he gives you the entire bin of burnt cabbages. There's 12 in total. Take them! I don't want no evidence. I wasn't here.
Cabbage Man, secretly the most illegal character of them all.
As you acquire illegal cabbages.
I'm gonna put that in my inventory now. Illegal cabbages.
What type of cabbages are these? The illegal kind.
As you imagine that selling tarnished cabbages would be illegal in Highshire, so yeah.
You got contraband on you, boy?
I got my illegal cabbages.
Is this what they meant by smoking leaf?
Fuck.
All right, they're in there.
And he's like shooing you away from his stand. Off. Get.
I will then move over here. So obviously a firebolt hit these cabbages over here. So that signifies a fight broke out, but it wasn't over here or here. The firebolt must have come from this location.
Roll investigation here.
Or at least in this area, I should say. In that direction.
Gotcha. You just roll investigation. Yeah, you don't get any details other than that, but you follow the trajectory. You're not entirely sure what spell it could have been really, but you imagine if someone was...
Oh! I can't move my token when the game is paused.
The game is not paused.
There we go.
Whatever. That was weird.
B-Man, stop pausing the game, God.
Fuck you, I gotta take a pee break. No, just kidding. Anyways, you would follow the trajectory and ultimately come to around this rough area. You're not really able to get any details on anything, but yeah, you do have a solid lead.
I'm gonna go over here. Be like, oh, excuse me, sirs and madam.
They look over to you. Howdy.
Do I see any more burn marks or battles over here? In this specific area, in this
Based off your investigation check, nothing more really.
Actually. Can I talk to you two real quickly, if you don't mind?
I hope nothing's wrong. Well, what's on your mind?
Gives 2 fingers and just waves them to come forward a little closer.
Gives 2 fingers. Fuck you.
They would get together to form a pack of 2. And the man seems a little on edge. The woman seems a little concerned, but definitely listening with open ears.
Is there windows over here?
Over where? Ping?
On these walls?
There are some here, but the shutters are closed.
Okay. Anyone here?
This seems to be kind of a staging area almost. And
Okay, so it's like an elevated platform.
yeah, it's a platform really, and there's nothing there. And just by getting a general lay of the land with how they're positioned here, you figure they may be the owners of this property you're in front of.
I'm going to ask him, are you the owner of this house?
We are. What can
Okay,
we do you for?
That's completely irrelevant. Let's just say holds out a burnt cabbage. Friends of mine have been captured. Who would I hire? In a very hushed voice. Who would I
Listen,
hire and make sure the struggle, even with fire, doesn't burn out too quickly?
listen, boy, I don't know what you're going on about, but you don't have to speak cryptically. If you're looking for some sort of trail, I don't have much for you, but I did hear a crash last night.
Tell me what you got, because
I grabbed the old crossbow and went over to the window, and the only thing I saw was a pair of legs that were heading due south. It was
sounds
only maybe about maybe 15 or so seconds by the time that my head popped off the pillow to when I got to the window. So yeah, if you're looking for something, maybe go there.
Can you look in the direction? Let's say maybe that man over there. Actually, I can't see him. Maybe that woman over there. Or maybe the big guy. Which direction would you say I should walk to?
Might want to try your luck with the big one.
I hand them both 2 copper and saying, "You don't know me. You never seen me."
He would refuse the money and would push it back at you. Don't worry about it. If you're looking for someone you care about, I hope you find him.
Thank you. I hope they're safe and sound.
Likewise.
I'll just stroll, go over to the fountain, flick a copper in, and say, "I wish to be a millionaire."
Roll a d20.
Oh fuck! Okay. Oh, what? Okay. Wow.
I was hoping for a 1.
I was
Not
kind of
really.
expecting a 1 at this much.
Not really sure what you feel at that. Continue.
Oh, I would have bought something over here if the person was here. Who keeps all this junk around?
Anything
Who
else?
buys a triangle tent? Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Sorry.
There's a large half ogre that it seems to be almost running this stand. You think so because the area for the vendor to sit is too small for him. And you can see he is selling an abundance of cloths/cloaks. They all seem to be made of a very sturdy material.
Excuse me, sir. This one is interested if this is your wares.
Yeah.
Awesome. You know, I need a good cloak. Compared to other humans, this one is pretty tall, but not as magnificently sized as you.
These'll do good. They're real sturdy. They ain't gonna let nothing get through them. No wind, no nothing.
How much?
Something your size, I'd say. Maybe 5 gold.
Place down 7 and say, "I like this cloak. But someone also was wearing a cloak last night who happens to hurt my friends." Pulls out the burnt cabbage Some say there's a crash, and others' items were burnt. Can you help me with that? As I give the 5 gold and then slide an extra 2 gold.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
Fuck yeah. The shiny shines. Plus. Oh, I did it. Ugh.
15.
15.
I saw him. I was here. There's a bunch of them. They kind of came out of nowhere and made some noise, and then they ran off. They went to that building down there. It's not owned by anyone. They ran right past me. They didn't pay me no mind. I didn't pay him any of them. Not my business.
I'll put the cloak on and then pass 2 copper, saying, "You don't know me? You never seen me." And then a silver saying, "But if any officials ask, you know who I am."
You're giving some really fucking mixed messages.
Good!
My man's speaking in what the fuck?
Yeah, he slowly takes the gold.
I don't know you. Unless you're a cop.
As I will say, it's okay if I go behind you and just go around that way. I don't want to go through this bridge area.
I guess.
I'll just squeeze on by.
Kind
Climb
of
over.
lifts his arm to let you through. It seems he doesn't want to touch you at all.
Fine by me. I don't even touch him. And at this point, I want to start stealthing.
Okay. You at this point would hear the sounds of horseback and the clad of iron, as it appears that the elite have finally caught up and are entering the area. They are a bit further north, as it doesn't sound like they are quite within this plaza yet. So it's up to you if you want to flag them down.
Oh, in that case, I'm just going to start sprinting around these buildings, hugging the walls. And try to intercept them before they get, here.
You would successfully manage to intercept them. And you would have the attention of an inquisitor, as for brevity's sake, I'll say that you flag her down along with the accompanying elite, as you would point them in the direction that you were able to investigate your way towards, as you would move down the street, past the big guy, towards the mentioned estate that he said that went to.
When we pass the half ogre, I would at that point break off and then start stealthing. Because what a perfect distraction to keep them off guard.
I mean, you're in the company of the Inquisitor. Are you like breaking off from her and just like skulking around the alleyways by yourself?
Yes, I am full on going back into cognito mode. And assuming there are hostiles watching, I am just going to corner, use my mirror to see if there's anyone looking. And then if I proceed, if there is no one there, or I feel like there's no one watching me, I'll then cross the alleyway to get behind the estate. I want to get to the back area.
Okay, roll stealth.
Oh!
Damn.
You're doing pretty good, you think, as you get around to the back of the estate, and you would make your way to kind of this back, almost recreational area before you fall flat on your face as you tripped over a low-hanging garden area as you failed to account for the little step up that it has. Seems like this was kind of a patch job as you would get back up a little embarrassed and a little ruffled. And you would hear that the Shire Guard Elite are already around the area, and there's some shuffling through the house as they barged right in, with many of them with shields drawn, searching the area. And yeah,
That's how I stealth.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, if they're charging right in, I'm just going right in. There's no point in stealthing at this point.
The Inquisitor storms in, yeah, and you before them, and they turn the place upside down as it seems abandoned, but as they begin to go through things, they find these glistening daggers that are hidden within drawers and behind furniture, and there's a few parchments that are recovered that are tucked away behind a drawer, and within the attic area, they managed to find a large throw rug, which is seemingly out of place, given it's an attic, which they promptly scoot out of the way to reveal a softly glow of a sigil. Glowing blue.
Is this like a magic doorway? I asked the Inquisitor.
The Inquisitor would study it. There's been a few of these recently. We're still studying them, but this one, I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to get a specialist here to see if they can decipher something about this.
Amila?
It would be around this time that you would have arrived at the area of the singing ring, cutting back to you with Inquisitor Akoda.
So are we at the singing ring or like this in-between area?
I'm going to say for brevity's sake that you arrived at the area of the singing ring, and there are some Shire Guard Elite that are fanning throughout the area that you rendezvous with. And you would ping pong between them that allows you to essentially trail where the Inquisitor was. And over the course of 15 or so minutes, you would arrive at this abandoned house, would walk in and rendezvous with the inspecting Inquisitor, Vishanti, and would take note of their discovery as they find the sigil beneath the rug.
One question then. You said they found daggers and shit?
They did.
Are they poisoned?
There is a glisten on the edge of their blades, which suggests that they are.
Good to know. Well, I do have proficiency in Arcana, so I can give the ward a go, I suppose.
All right.
And if they have a bit of time, I can do one better, actually.
Okay. You can roll Arcana to decipher, and if you have anything further in mind, you may act now.
Well, seeing as we found it, and we're not really in a rush per se, or at least more of a rush than we can be, I'm gonna ritually cast Identify on the circle and see how to use it and what it does.
Okay.
Because Identify is cool like that.
Yeah. Let me look up one thing real fast. Okay. You in the keep of Vishanti, Inquisitor Akoda, and all other parties concerned that are still turning the place upside down, you would cast Identify. And you would be able to discern that this sigil has a very strong resemblance to the spell Dimension Door. But it's a bit odd because it's not a 1-for-1. It's as if someone had taken that spell and augmented it in some way, where not only can this doorway be accessed by more than just the caster, or the activator of the rune in this case, but it seems like the range is greatly increased. To what extent, you're not entirely sure, but you think that this is certainly a powerful and original rune that has been created at the hands of someone who really knows what they're doing.
Well, Inquisitor, I have good news.
You may speak.
This is a gateway, a magical one, to somewhere. Probably where we want to go. And, whereas normally this sort of thing would be just for one person, I get the intense feeling that it's made for groups. So I would recommend we gather some people before going through it. And also, it is possible to go through it.
We have our task force of the elite right here.
Well,
Time is extremely sensitive here. I suggest that you, Shanti, myself, and an entire company of the elite should go through. My men are capable, and I know you are too.
well, in that case,
Let's do this.
yeah, everyone ready?
Are you sure you know how to work this?
The joys of my spell is that it tells me how to.
I see. Granted the nature of this, there may be some difficulties, even with Identify. We have Inquisitors who have used similar methods, and the results have been volatile. So, if you're going to attempt this, do so carefully. I can help you.
I would appreciate any aid that I can get.
Roll Arcana.
Alright, I'll give myself a guidance, and I take it since the Inquisitor's helping, I can have advantage.
It's lowering the DC, but just roll with guidance for now.
Alrighty then.
Hey.
God damn.
D4 for fun.
God damn.
Yeah, Garrock don't mess around. There we go.
24.
All right.
Ugh.
Let's do a roll.
You know what's even better than 24?
25.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
That's
I
It's a good sound.
I made myself a roll here. I was hoping it would go one way, but
Nope.
so this is a very carefully crafted sigil, and you are able over the course of around 10 minutes to almost dissect the intricacies of the sigil, the line work, the way that magic flows between the different points on it. But as for much as you understand about arcane energy, it just seems to ever so slightly flow in a way you can't exactly predict, and you can't understand why. It seems to escape logic. It's just this, almost like has a mind of its own. Alas, despite this, you are able to use this sigil in a way that stokes the correct configuration, as there would be a flare up in the room and a powerful as a tear in the air appears before you that seems to lead to somewhere else. It's hard. It's interesting when you look through it. It kind of flashes a variety of different scenes. You can see underground caveways, dwarven architecture, and it seems to kind of flip-flop between that and other parts of various caves, even some interiors of what looks like buildings. It all seems to meld together. Only one thing left to do now.
V just jumps in.
You just jump right in as you yeet through the portal.
Well, you saw the men. Let's go.
He has the right idea. Let's go.
Gotta go fast.
And away we go.
Spearhead formation into the portal. As Vishanti, and then Garok, and then Akoda, and then an entire company of elite go through the portal. Meanwhile,
You do not own a token with vision in this scene. Thank you, game, for telling me that.
There we
let's
go.
fix that. One moment.
After 7 long years, we can finally play the game.
Shouldn't have gotten caught.
Yeah, just don't get beaten next time.
Yeah.
I will say my one question before you get started. How long was I singing for before I got that ping from Garok?
The better part. You are the better part of an hour. You have strained your voice a little bit.
Okay, like she's hopeful at this point. So at this point, she's just gonna do, instead of straining her voice anymore, she's gonna get the little sharp piece that she hid behind her belt, and she's not very strong, but she's gonna try and see if she can pick some of the links loose off of this set of broken shackles.
Yep. You're able to get one or two. They're rusted, so they're not very strong.
Okay. I'm gonna take those rusted links. I'm gonna hide my little sharp piece back at its little hiding spot.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go over towards the little gate here. And am I able to stick my hand through the grate at all?
You can, up to the length of your shoulder.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna stick one arm through with a piece of the link, and I'm just gonna start tapping in like a steady pattern.
Just tapping on the bars.
Yeah. If there's like a particular musical ring, I'll use it to my advantage.
Okay. It's a bit of a rough excuse of a musical tone rather. But yeah, you managed to get some rough repetition going. And that would continue for maybe a minute before once again, within a flash, you see this man turn over his shoulder and fire a bolt. Let me go ahead and make a roll.
Nat 20.
As the bolt would strike against the bars and partially fracture the piece of chain that you were using. About half of what you had now, as the piece was frozen against the bars as another ray of frost came shooting at you, as you're slowly grating at his patience, but alas, he is still to himself.
I pull out the other piece and continue.
You're going to get shot at this rate.
I want to make this man mad.
You can see that he
You know,
is...
it's very easy to stop this if you just tell me what the fuck is going on. I could do this for days, honey. Days. Imagine what your boss would think of that when you slowly lose your mind. You'll hear the sound in your dreams. Tell me what's going on and I can stop. It's not that hard. Just a little information.
Jesus
Did he
Christ.
just straight up disappear?
Oops. Yes, he did. It was not intentional. He's still there, but
He
my
teleports
token-
Behind Dagny.
To be fair, it would be really funny if they just both left.
Annoyed him so hard, he just ceased existing.
I'm not sure how that happened. He's still there, just the token broke. Go ahead and just make a persuasion roll right now.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Ah, no.
Yeah, that's about right, I think.
Oh no.
Where did this guy go?
He
Is
teleported
he-
behind Dagny. He's about to beat the crap out of
For
him.
some
Just
reason,
He's in
cease
the
to
walls,
exist.
man.
He's in the goddamn walls!
for some reason, this strategy of persuasion isn't working. Somehow.
What the fuck? I don't know where he went. He just disappeared. I can't even find him in the folder anymore. What happened?
Someone just said, "Fuck him."
He
Control.
got
There he
so
is.
annoyed.
Jesus
He just
Christ.
Alrighty.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Fuck this shit. I'm out.
So what does the comedy one get him?
He would snap and quickly walk over to the bars and let's see.
So I have a shit-eating grin on my face.
What's your AC?
Oh,
Ooh.
no.
Well, with
begins.
nothing on, and since I had a full night's rest, I'm guessing my mage armor is probably gone.
Mhm.
So it's a 10.
You take 14 cold damage as a ray of frost would puncture you right in your chest.
Yep.
Yeah, like as she's just kind of collecting herself, she'll kind of slowly sneak her hand behind towards her belt.
Okay. And being content with himself, he is moving away. That does give you an opportunity attack if you really want to go down that avenue.
Yeah, as he turns his back, I'm throwing it.
Okay. fair
Okay,
enough.
make an improvised weapon attack.
What would
It's
that
a
be?
strength roll, I think.
It is a strength roll, and if you have proficiency in improvised weapons, you add your proficiency to the attack.
Well, I don't have either, so. Come on.
Hey,
Oh, it's not
not
15.
bad.
You actually hit him. And let's say just roll a d4 plus your strength modifier.
Hang on, just 1 second.
Or in this case, your negative modifier.
Yeah, as I said, d4 minus 2.
You're either gonna do 1 or 2 damage here.
So what is that?
It's gonna
D4?
heal him.
It's
crazy.
1d4 minus 2 for you.
Yeah, the minimum damage you can do is 1.
Hey!
damage.
You do 2 damage. Let me subtract that from his thing.
Well, this situation's about to turn interesting.
Yeah, and immediately after she throws it, she backs up.
Let me see.
Make a charisma saving throw. Make a dex saving throw. Make a con saving
He
throw.
would move up to the iron bars once again as he grits his teeth and common this time. You little bitch.
Oh, he speaks! Finally! You wouldn't have a nail in your shoulder if you just talked to me first. And I'll just kind of do that little kid, that little kid stance.
Listen, you don't even get to say that before bright lights appear in your face. Make a dex save.
Yep,
Oh,
there
Jesus
it is.
Fucker. Ah, man.
Yikes!
You would recognize that this guy has cast dancing lights just now, but he cast them in such a way that they are essentially on your eyes. And you try to close your eyes, but all you see is white, and it is very disorienting and very painful as you can no longer see where you're going, as there are flashes of color that are hurting the back of your eyes as you just see flashes of all manners of colors. It's extremely unpleasant.
Yeah, like this catches her so off guard. Like it's an ear-piercing scream.
As you would be disoriented as all you would see is these lights. And as for Rin, you can see that the other guy goes up to the bars, and as you crane yourself, if you're choosing to do so, you can see that they have both gone up to the bars, and Dagny is screaming.
Yeah, this is like Hermione getting tortured levels of screaming.
And as for Rin, as this is going on, and Dagny is in some sort of agony. What's your passive?
Perception 12.
You have the angle. You would see this door opens. There's no one there, and then it closes. I'm not really sure what that was all about. And you, being intrigued, would see that there is a slight upkick of dirt that seems to be approaching these two. For it would stop right around here. And you can't, I know your token vision can't technically see it, but you would see there is on this guy, he is laughing. He is enjoying every second of this. And it seems like he is firmly distracted in what he's doing. And within all that, you would see that there's a bit of a shine on his head. As very suddenly appearing on his head is a crown. That laughing would immediately stop as he goes blank-faced. Dagny, your eyes are extremely strained and everything is blurry, and there is essentially sunspots the entirety of your eyes. You can still make out the silhouettes of these two as you see that this guy has gone still, and there is a pulsating crown on his head as he looks towards his friends. And there's an awkward expression exchanged between the two.
Like, even through all the blurriness, she just has a devilish grin on her face. You're in trouble now.
As this guy essentially leaps on top of the other one with a shining dagger in his hand, as this guy is taken completely by surprise, and he begins stabbing the ever-living shit out of the other one. Let me roll a d20 and see how this goes.
Imagine
Yeah,
getting
but-
Caesared like that. Skill issue.
Yeah, she kind of stands up and leans against the wall, waiting for her eyes to readjust.
Yeah, I'm gripping the bars tightly. Watching all this.
You would see that the assassin gets some pretty significant wounds in, as there's definitely poison that was on that blade that is setting into him as he becomes a little bit on the wobbly side before he repeatedly bashes his friend. And let me do this. Wisdom. Nope. As no matter how much he beats the other guy, that crown is staying as he's in a frenzy of madness before you would see him finally get sick of it, produce a dagger, and is gonna take a stab. How does that go? Yep. Before a dagger goes into this guy's neck, and he is dead. Before he takes the body and flings it as it goes lifelessly onto the ground. And he takes a step forward, and he has two short swords in hand. And Ren, you never knew where he would have hid these, but they are there now as you are observing this. And you see that he is observing this for just a moment, is about to head for the door, and there's a puff of this silvery smoke that is just behind him. 5d8.
Oh, yes.
KO.
Got him with the
As-
funny dust.
Who's
He
there?
would
Reveal,
collapse
please.
to the ground and is fast asleep as he is snoozing up a storm.
Who's there? Reveal, please. Get us out.
As Rin, there's kind of a weird feeling in the back of your head as you would hear footsteps come up to your gates. And you'd hear a voice call out to you from just in front of you. I had a feeling it was you.
What?
Elijah has come.
What the fuck?
It the boy.
I don't fucking know who this is.
I don't know who this is either.
It looks like a guy from Treasure Planet.
Jim Hawkins.
Elijah. How did... It's... I suppose there's no time to catch up.
Not really. I'm gonna get this gate open now and you're gonna come with me. We don't really have a whole lot of time. Is that chick with you?
She is.
Alright, she can come too. Give me a second, okay? As you see him hurry off and enter this little side room, as there is a shuffling of things. For a moment, he comes back, focused on you, Rin, before he unlocks the door, letting you out. As this door would open, as he opens it very carefully, before proceeding to Dagny's cell and unlocking that one as well, stepping over this guy, carefully trying not to wake him up. As you are free to move.
Like, she instantly, like, moves past and runs over to Rin and hugs him. Are you okay? Are you injured?
I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm fine. Just this damn collar. Need to get it off. She'll try and search, this, mage for anything that might get this thing off of her.
You would search the now dead mage and would find that there is a series of daggers among him, as well as a crossbow. And there's a satchel that has casting components as well, but there is no key.
God, it must have been that damn drow.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I know how to get those things off. I've seen them before.
Please, please, like, desperately.
Hey, I can't do it here, but I think I know a place that we can get those off. You're just gonna have to come with me.
My cane. I need it. Gotta
Getting
get out of
here is the priority, Dagny. Once we escape, we can inform the Inquisition and come back in force and deal with those here.
Considering how a coda works, I think she might already know.
Look.
Lead the way, Elijah. We'll follow.
Okay. I don't know what you guys did, but you got some big names that are here.
What do you mean? Who's here?
I couldn't name them. Portia wouldn't give me names either.
You know Portia?
Duh! Yeah, how do you think I got so good at this?
Where are we?
Oh, one of the holds. They like to use this place to hold fights. It's pretty brutish.
Wait. A fighting ring? They were gonna use us to fight against someone?
Probably. I don't know. Look, alright, we don't have time for this. We just need to get you back to your stuff. I think I can get you to it, but just you gotta keep it down, alright?
Okay.
Stop asking so many damn questions, too. Come here, both of you.
I like this man already.
He's
As-
a kid, though.
He produces... Yeah, he's like 13.
Oh, this kid knows how to shut up, while this grown-ass adult doesn't? Nice.
As he produces a scroll from his bag and he would begin to recite some incantations. I'm not very good at this, so hold still, okay? Stole this one off a mage. And Rim would suddenly disappear. Dagny would suddenly disappear. And then finally Elijah would disappear as well. You're all invisible.
Right, I'm gonna try and listen for his little footsteps.
Ah, come on, form a little chain. Let's go. As he would grab Dagny's hands.
I'm gonna try and reach for Rin.
Yeah,
You would.
I'll have a hand resting on their shoulder. Also have one of those shivs in my other hand, because my suit's not working, as it should.
There are daggers on this guy, as you know.
Yeah, I imagine we took those 2 daggers. I imagine, Dagny, you have a dagger in the crossbow, I have the other dagger.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And he would begin to guide the chain. I assume you're all following.
Yes.
Kind of have to, because you're on a chain.
Yeah.
As Eli would guide the way as you carefully go up these steps. And we continue around here. And arrives at this door. And of course you can't see Elijah, but he's tugging you along. And he's being as quiet as a mouse. And he gets to this door, and he would stop. You would all feel.
Yeah.
As you feel him kind of look over his shoulder. All right. This is going to be one of the hard parts. You got to be real quiet. Got it? No asking questions. No stupid moves. We're just going to be still as mice.
Okay.
As he braces himself against this door, you feel, and it very slowly opens. And as it does, you hear a conversation going on in an adjacent room, allowing entry for all of you to proceed forward. And you all can see the 3 tokens, right?
Not Elijah.
Yeah. I just see me and Goat.
Okay. I will adjust Elijah so you can see him. He's still technically... Can you still see him or no?
No.
Nope.
No.
All right.
Wait,
He's
there
invisible.
he is.
He's invisible, but yeah. He's guiding you through. And you would pass by in a rather out of it looking sorcerer who is slumped against his wares. You imagine there may have been something in his drink, and you can hear a conversation coming from an adjacent room here as you would hear some voices having a discussion as you go in, because the door is ajar. As you would hear the following.
Now, did you know that many of the genocidal entities were intelligent enough to develop cultures of their own? You know, some shun their history, but I believe it's important to explore.
I'm gonna kind of tug back on Elijah to wait, and I'm gonna try and pull towards this door here just so I can get a look at the sorcerer.
What are you doing? You would look in and see none other than the icon of veneration in the company of a few of those assassins, as well as a figure you have never seen before, who has a very strange and almost magical complexion to them. As the venerator continues to speak.
Now, are you familiar with the spell Comprehend Languages? It's a rather simple divination spell which allows the caster to understand the meaning behind any spoken language within earshot. But its more interesting property is it also allows the caster to decipher any written language, regardless of its age or origin, which means there is no dialect ancient enough or eldritch enough to evade my interception.
As you would hear this unusual figure give a response.
I am more than aware. Get to the point, Venerator. You put us on a clock. Apologies. I would take it in good faith that you're as acclimated to deciphering the Eldritch as I am. I used your resources for a reason. Give this a read. It's a real page turner.
She would extend an arm and is going to hand something to this familiar or the unfamiliar figure, as you would see a small metallic journal be produced from her hand and is given to this shady individual. It is without question the book that Rin had within the suit.
I'm going to push Dagny back towards Elijah to get a move on. Sitting around and listening to this. We have all we need.
Is that door open?
That's open.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
not.
While they're busy chatting is when we have time to move. So I'm silently having Dagny follow Elijah and continue on the chain.
Yeah, she gets back on task. But she's still squeezing your hand.
Do the sneaky sneak in.
Elijah is pulling you along. Come on! What did I tell you?
I'm sorry.
As
Can't believe it.
opens this door.
She lied. Oh, didn't need to go that far. Nope.
And you see Elijah would kind of scoot off to here, allowing you to follow. And he looks over to Ren. At least you feel him. That door's still shut.
Yeah, to save fucking switching the voice changer, I'll whisper that I assume he means the one back behind us.
Yeah, more or less, you think.
Yeah. Yes.
Good. It's gonna be a little loud. As he moves here, and you can see that the sconce here gets pushed in by Elijah on his tippy toes as it compresses and reveals a little something. And beckons you all in as he's no longer holding your hand.
Yeah.
As you would enter, and that door behind you would close. As you feel him release his grasp on that spell. And he goes over to the corner and leans against it. Wow. Kind of a thrill, right?
Like I turn around to Ren. It's like, I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her, Ren. The absolute gall of her. Your puck. And that being seen him before. Do you think he's... Do you think he's one of them? Like Magnus?
Perhaps. It's far too early to tell.
We gotta tell the Inquisitor. The Icon is too dangerous for this shit.
Yeah. I'm moving over, placing a hand on Elijah's shoulder and speaking. You did well. Beyond well, Elijah. Thank you.
Yeah. Kind of hard to look you in the visor right now. We got a lot to go over, but yeah, look, this is kind of a neat little crevice where they like to keep all their good stuff. I say we should pillage it, trash it, get some of the stuff, and make out like bandits.
Is this everything they have?
Well, I know that a lot of their nicer stuff they keep in here. A lot of the cargo out there is, if this place was ever raided, that's the cargo that they would see and have inspected. But this stuff? Oh. It's got locks on here that I've never even seen before. But check this one out. It's not even locked yet. I think I know what's in here. As he would give a once-over as he checks the bottom of the chest, inspects the locking mechanism, the hinges. He seems to know his way around these as he opens it, and on top of there being 437 gold pieces in there, there is also your stuff.
Yeah, instantly grabbing it. 137 gold pieces. Grabbing all my stuff. Like slipping the arcane bracers on.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about the gold. Just getting my weapons and shield up.
I imagine that they were going to ship this stuff off and pawn it. They're throwing in a little pot sweetener. What do you think they were going to get in return? Oh, God, I can think about that. Oh, it's,
It might be more dangerous than you think, young man.
I've been through stuff like this before. Well, I mean, not stuff like this, but like, it's not my first show, you know?
Elijah. And she'll kind of kneel down to get to his level. Why are you here?
Well, I didn't want to stay outside the walls anymore. I was gonna say we should go inside. We should maybe try out that whole cartographer thing, but I don't know, anything that might get us a chance inside. But before I had a chance to really bring that up with you, there's something that Rock started glowing, and the Rock stood up, and it was almost it for me. So I had this thing on my chest. It was something that Portia put on me, where if I ever needed to, I could come back. It was a one-way trip, it was a one and done, and there was no do-overs. So that's what
Portia,
I did.
You talked to Portia before.
Well, yeah.
I see.
Has she done with this with other children your age?
Probably. She never talks about it.
I'm going to mention someone to you. Do you know anybody with the last name of Sadines?
I don't know.
What about a tall blue tiefling? Have you seen one before?
maybe once or twice in passing. Haven't really gotten to know anyone like that. I think I'd remember them if I did.
Did he have weird antennae?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Listen very carefully, Elijah.
Ooh.
Do you know his father, Kohat? Something like that? Kohat?
Kuhach? Yeah, he inspected me at one point.
What does he look like?
He's... Okay, if you want to know what's beneath the mask, look, I got no idea. But he's well dressed. He has like these suits he likes to keep on, and he's got like a head case. Do you have like a pen and paper or something?
I'll go
yeah,
ahead. Was my projection stone in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and hand it to Elijah. And say, hold on to this, and just think about what he looks like in your head.
Oh. All right. He would do so. And you see the widening of his eyes as he knows this is something you made, as the projection stone would cast the image of Kuhat Satines.
Badass.
One last question, Elijah, before you continue.
Okay.
Have you seen a white dragonborn?
Maybe once or twice, but nobody it's really worth anything.
Does the name Ragni ring a bell for you?
Nah.
Okay. I'll just kind of glance over at Rin.
As for you coming back to Highshire with that magic on your chest to save yourself, you did the right thing, Elijah.
Yeah, I wish I could have told you.
It's alright.
They were looking for you. They came to Highshire just for you, Elijah.
Well, it's a good thing we're not out there anymore, huh?
Portia's dangerous.
Well, I mean, she can be. It depends on if you get on their bad side.
I don't think you realize what Kohat is doing. It's best you don't know right now.
Who captured the two of us, Elijah, and brought us here.
Her and her little shadow minions.
Yeah, I mean, she does some stuff like that. I'm not dumb. I know that that's kind of what she does, but I mean, you want to go talk to her?
No. We need to get out of here.
All right.
Are any of these other chests open?
We can try. They have locks on them that even I've never seen before. You got any picking tools?
I don't have any.
Right here.
Are there any other open books or like strewn papers anywhere on these desks?
You got some stuff here. You think that there's another sum of gold on there, as well as some papers that are strewn about. There's a safe right here that looks rather heavy, even though it's small. And there's some writing implements here, but it looks like this is all unwritten stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna look at
Here.
the stuff that's written over here.
Dagny, take this. Use it to store anything of interest that we can use to figure out what the hell is going on. As I'm giving her the bag of holding.
Ooh, you got one of those? I knew you could do something like that. I'm gonna see if I can crack one of these bad boys open.
Please be careful.
That one looks nice.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got.
I'm moving with Elijah. I'm helping him. I have my own tools. And I don't want him to get set up a trap or something.
Okay. Let me see. What kind of tools are you using? Your tinker's tools?
I have thieves' tools.
Oh! All right.
Yeah, I just got my stuff back.
And you are proficient with it, I suppose, yes?
I am.
Yeah.
Go ahead and...
Artificers are proficient
Yeah.
in them.
I'm just making sure. Go ahead and make a thieves' tools check.
And I'm gonna look at the papers that are on the desk here.
Oh my god. I
Nada.
also wanted to. Yeah.
Well, the proficiency is on. You might have to.
Oh, yeah, they didn't add my proficiency. So it
Which
would just
is-
be 3, so 5, 6, 7.
Not a chance. As this, there's some arcane components to this. There's some manner of mechanisms with this that you've never seen before. This is well-guarded secrets. You're not sure if you even got this unlocked, if there isn't any traps in this anyways. It's kind of a shot in the dark. You really don't know. Either way, this particular crate does not open, as Elijah would survey them as he bounces over here. I want to try this one next. Oh, no, let's not go over there. Let's do, let's do this one instead.
I'm looking at him, and back to where he got spooked.
Don't you dare.
He's already fiddling with this a little bit, playfully.
What's wrong, Elijah? Is there something over there?
I don't know if they have security in here or something, but I think we should be fine. Keep it down.
All right. While they're messing with another trunk, I'll look at the papers that are on this desk here.
Roll investigation.
The fuck? 12.
There are a number of different languages that are written throughout a number of different manners of handwriting. And the majority are in Thieves' Cant. Some are in Elvish, some are in Draconic, and others Orcish.
I will look at the ones that are written in Elvish and Draconic.
Okay.
I have a question. How big is
Yeah.
this box I couldn't open?
About 6 or 7 feet across. These are big chests.
And they're rectangular. So, 6 or 7 feet across. Would it be feasible to just straight up stuff it into the bag of holding?
Does it weigh more than 500 pounds?
Probably does.
It's up to the DM to decide, because if it does, it can't.
How much baggage is already in there? Because I know you got stuff in there still.
Yeah,
Quite a
it's
lot,
been
then.
mostly emptied out. Because a lot of the stuff I had went to the Shield Guardian. I think it's only like 100 or so pounds now.
Let
With
me
like
see.
wire and other shit.
So to get the full heft of this thing in there, you're definitely gonna have to stretch the bag of holding, possibly to its limits and maybe even a little bit beyond. And this, just by kind of pushing on it a little bit, this is good. This is a good, like, almost 400 pounds. This is a weighted chest for sure. So you think you can get it in there, but you're really pushing it, you think?
Yeah. Yeah, no, fuck that. It's more so getting information and getting out is what we need to do right now.
Okay. I'll have Eli make a roll. Really? Asshole. Fucking. Here, roll the crit. But he still doesn't meet the DC. As you hear a click on this, it's like, yes! And he realized that was just one part of it. Ah! Damn! And you, upon him exclaiming, you hear a metallic shuffle coming from over in this corner. He's like, oh, right, quiet, sorry.
What's that?
Just look towards Dagny and hold a single finger up over my visor. In the silence, quiet motion. I imagine, yeah, I'm gonna move over to Dagny and just gesture towards all the the paper and mime a stuffing animation for the bag of holding.
Yeah. I'm just gonna clear everything off this desk into the bag of holding. Just.
Okay. You gain an additional 183 gold, and
Thank
you put
you.
all those papers into the bag of holding.
See, random papers.
But yeah, I'm essentially speaking at the lowest whisper I possibly can to Elijah. Elijah, you mentioned you knew how to get these collars off. Can you do that here? Or is there some other place that has the tools?
You know what? These desks typically have shit like that. Let me see. And he would go rummaging through the various drawers in there. And after a moment, you come across a sturdy, locked compartment that also requires an unlock as Elijah is getting stuck again. You can try your hand at Thieves' Tools.
Yeah, I'll try my hand at it. And wow, 6, 7, 8 now.
The lock would hold. Ah, damn.
Let me try something. Okay, I'm not proficient in Thieves' Tools, but I am proficient in Sleight of Hand.
Okay.
So, can I use Can I use Sleight of Hand instead of the Thieves' Tools proficiency for this?
What exactly is your intent of action here?
Yeah, I don't want to use the Thieves' Tools. What I want to do is I want to be able to use.
Oh, wait, fuck, I just forgot something.
What?
1 second, I have to double check to make sure it's actually a thing I could do. Blah, blah, blah. At the end of a long rest. B-Man.
Yeah.
It does say at the end of a long rest, which implies waking up and then touching something to infuse it. And I got my stuff back, so could I infuse my tank, or a portion of it, to activate an already known infusion I have, the alchemy jug?
I suppose that's fine. Like, your magic latency to infuse something would still be present, so yes.
Wouldn't this be after a long rest, though?
That's what I'm saying. It's pretty much just, this is what, a couple hours after a long rest?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is you're probably like maybe an hour or so after long resting.
Okay, so...
So it's not like you've expended any sort of artifice or abilities yet, you know?
Yeah, so activating the alchemy jug, because Seeker is no longer here. And pretty much saying fuck it, and melting the lock by using the alchemy jug within the tank to lead it through a tube all over and into the lock to burn it and destroy it.
Now, your magical collar is going to activate at this time to attempt to restrain your ability to do this, so roll Arcana.
Okay.
Please, baby, please. Yes!
This pain would shoot into your head and would follow down along your spine as you go numb. But with Elijah here, the seriousness of the situation is giving you a resolve that overcomes this pain as it goes through, and your alchemy jug would be imbued with this power. And you would put some acid onto this lock. Takes a while to spill it onto, as there is a loud sizzling, as there is once again a shuffle coming from behind this alcove, as it would unlock and would pop open a little bit, as there's a series of magical collars just like your own and 2 key shaped things. It's not like your traditional key, but more like a small branding. You imagine this would intersect with a part of the collar that would diffuse it.
Aside to usher Elijah forth, saying, "All right. Anything special we need to do with these keys, or simply unlock it?"
Nah, I got this.
Quickly.
As he would take the key and he extends it a little bit, as the end would glow a bright green, as he would touch it to your collar, Dagny, as you would hear a and it falls to the floor, clattering on the stone.
I would catch it before it crashes to the floor.
Ah, catch it you would, or at least try to. Slate a hand.
19, bitch.
Yeah, you would.
That's hostility.
As Eli kind of points the key at you, Rin, but he's like, so,
I'll go ahead and open up the top part of the helmet and have it retract.
He would climb onto you like a mountain, and he would reach into the water and would, as that would disconnect from your neck and would begin to float freely, as he would grab it and yank it out.
Yeah.
Elijah, the group
Yeah.
that Portia works with, what's it called?
Well, she doesn't really work with anyone group. She kind of gets work wherever she can. She lets her reputation carry her.
This place, the people who captured us, who are they?
Oh, those guys. Well, the group that are talking with the big league guys, I think that's the Silent Echo. They're good. They're good.
That masked
you'll-
individual, did you know them? The one with the silver mask.
Nope, I have no idea who that is, but you can see the line that was behind them. That is that is an employer.
All right. Do we need anything? Do you know the way out of here? Is there no? Do you have another invisibility thing?
I have one more.
Okay. Give me 1 second. And she's gonna step over to this corner here real quick. And since she is now free of that collar, she's going to cast Sending towards Inquisitor Akoda.
Okay.
Her main words are going to be, the icon of veneration is a traitor. She is working with the Silent Echo and a silver-masked individual. The chosen must be told.
You would feel this message graze her mind, and a reply would come back.
I understand. We are already nearby. Lay low if you can. This will get loud very soon.
Okay. All right. Okay, she'll nod to herself. She takes a deep breath and is standing up straight.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and move over and place a hand on Dagny.
Well, we'll have to lay low and try and stay safe. It's gonna get loud in a little bit. Ready when you are, Elijah.
I can get you guys out right now. Maybe 1 to 2 pair of eyes that we're gonna have to go past, but it shouldn't be too bad.
Well, I think it won't matter too long. We just need to stay safe.
Okay. And this is the DM gauging for time constraints. How much farther does everyone want to continue going?
Well, it's
Sounds
already
like
4
something
o'clock in
big's
the
about to
morning.
happen, so if we cut it here for next session, we'll be in a good spot.
I'm fine with that.
That's
Yeah.
all right. We will end things right here as tensions are rising.
Oh, I feel good though. Oh my god.
I'm so proud of my boy killing humans like no problem.
Elisha, oh my gosh.
I love it how
Did not see that coming, honestly.
each individual beat, for the party split is like, Rin and Dagny, it's like the political thriller. Garrock and Vishanti is like the buddy cop movie, you know. And Cobweb is like All's Calm on the Western Front, you know.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
anyway. Alright, I'll see you guys next week.
Alright.
Yeah, man.